There are concomitant effects to trying to get those bold initiatives to succeed, which is the database that is at the you know, if you like, the foundation of actually trying to execute such empowerment schemes. People wonder if we have our data correctly, how many people are targeted, what is the impact that has been made, and so on and so forth. But maybe what is not in doubt is that these are bold initiatives.
All right, then let's pay attention to security. I'd have Bayo come in now because we understand that this administration came really strong with security as one of its mantra in 2015. And so scoring the scorecard, because it feels like that's what this speech is about. And so the president said that earlier, there's been a launch of an integrated national security and welfare protection infrastructure. That's a deep blue project, which is designed to secure the Nigerian waterways up to the Gulf of Guinea. He also talked about that over 8,000 Boko Haram terrorists have surrendered. And he said to support the surge approach in fighting banditry, that Nigerian armed forces have recruited over 17,000 personnel across all ranks. And he also stated that, you know, the approach to the Nigerian Air Force, that's the Nigerian Police Force, I beg your pardon, has also recruited like 10,000 police officers annually over the last 6 years. And so the list is almost endless. He's also talked about the Air Force. But what do you make of the security situation, juxtaposing the thoughts of the president on this?
Yeah, Mr. Femi Dagun.
Oh, sorry. I think there was a mix-up there then.
Yes, actually, when you look at it, these problem, the security issue, is not today. It's been a while now. It's been there for a while. And I used to tell people, once you have the problem, at the initial stage, if it is not curtailed, you have to fight it for more than, if care is not taken, it might take a longer time. And it might even be up to 10 to 16 or 20 years, depending on how you have to, deliver to the armed forces. The armed forces, at the beginning, they were complaining that they don't have enough manpower, the wherewithals, the equipments, and now we begin to see new equipments coming in. So it seems at the beginning, they were not prepared. Not that they were not prepared with what they want to do, but they were not having the right equipment to go into the battle. So now we're beginning to see the changes that is happening because new equipments are coming in and people are being trained to use this equipment, and we are seeing the changes all over. So, but it is not going to be a day affair. It's going to take some time. And it's unfortunate that people's lives, we are losing people, and we are losing materials, we are losing equipment, we are losing properties. It's just unfortunate, but it might take a bit while for this to happen. But now look at it. When you look at the maritime issue or the sea level, you begin to see that the Nigerian Navy, they've done tremendously well in between this period of time, because before now you see the piracy, that the issue of piracy, and now it has reduced tremendously. You hardly hear that. Now they are fighting the battle of this petroleum issue, people, bunkering and all that's hoping on. So if we continue to increase the way we are doing it now to motivate them and to ensure that the equipments they need, the rightful equipments, are being procured and are being done, I think that will be okay. Now, when you look at the infrastructure that we're talking about, infrastructure has always been a problem, and we are managing these infrastructural problems right now. But it will take some time. It's unfortunate that when the people, the politicians are campaigning, they have what I always say, this is a campaign audacity, because they use the campaign audacity to say that I will do this, I will do that. And at the end of the day, when they get there, they realize that it's not something they can do overnight. And they begin to say, give excuses. And the populace, the people don't want these excuses. I would have loved a kind of scorecard that will say, look, this is what we are doing, this is what we have done, and this is what we are leaving behind, a kind of legacy that we're leaving behind. But what I've heard so far is just still repeat, and I'm saying it because people will say, look, what are we hearing that is new? What is new in the whole thing? So the new thing that we want to hear is what the people are still missing. It's missing. For me, I'm not hearing what is new, but from being a citizen of Nigeria, what I can see, what I can feel is what I'm talking about. That, listen, a lot has been done, but most still need to be done. And that is the issue. Listen, we spend so much money on railways and making things happen, but now you are beginning to see that Kaduna, Abuja cannot even move. When is it going to become something that we can ply the road? These are the things people want to hear. These are the kind of news people want to hear.
All right, gentlemen, we will have, opportunity to look at the different aspects of the national life in light of the president's speech. Now, he's spoken along the way, but we have to pull the plugs now. We'll be staying with you, Adebayo Oluwake, but Mr. Femi Dagun will be back with us subsequently. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for this, and we'll be back right after this break, right here on a breakfast special, right here, Independence Day special on Plus TV Africa. Stay with us.
National security or national defense is the security and defense of a sovereign state, including its citizens' economy and institutions, which is regarded as a duty of government. Originally conceived as protection against insurgency, national security is widely understood to include security from terrorism, minimization of crime, economic security, energy security, environmental security, food security, and cybersecurity. Similarly, national security risks include, in addition to the actions of other nation states, action by violent non-state actors, by narcotic cartels, and by multinational corporations, and also the effects of natural disasters. A nation should be provided the right ammunition and arms, and also provide fundings and infuse security experts to protect the lives and properties of its citizens, rather than putting the lives of helpless individuals at risk. The rate of insurgency increasing in most African states could bring about insurgency dominating a nation, thereby giving room to anarchy. The problem is that a number of African states like Nigeria have been unable to govern their security in meaningful ways. There is a high level of crime throughout Nigeria, including armed robbery, kidnapping for ransom, home invasion, carjacking, and violent assaults. Robberies and muggings conducted by large well-armed groups in places frequented by citizens of Nigeria. With all these terrorist attacks in Nigeria and the Boko Haram insurgency in the northern parts of Nigeria, could we really say Nigeria is a secure country?
Many thanks for staying with us and joining us as well. Welcome to our studios this morning. It's the Breakfast Independence Special. And shortly we just listened to the president's speech, but we just head straight to the conversation right here. We're looking at the state of the nation now, and we still have our guest with us, Adebayo Oluwake, who is the Director and Principal Research Fellow, African Resource Development Center. Now, one would want to believe that in spite of crime innovation of the 21st century, crime and criminality have been on the increase. I mean, we would think that we should be making some progress. And let's not also forget that 2015, especially with this administration was big on ending insecurity in Nigeria, but that's not the case. Let's turn our attention to our guest now. Thank you so much for being with us, Bayo Oluwake.
Thanks for having me.
All right, then. So I think we'll start off with on the premise of the president's speech, continuation. And do you think that what the president said and our current reality, is there, some correlation with the thoughts of the president and what we're facing right now?
To a certain degree, yes. You see, the security problems in the country have become complicated. And I think as a result of several factors. But let's first look at what was done, up till now. I mean, at the top of the program, when we spoke immediately after the president's broadcast, my other colleague said we've had security problems for a long time. If we go back just briefly in history, we've often had what we call riots in Nigeria. But if you really analyze some of these so-called riots, they were not actually riots. They were some sort of insurgent activity, even though they were limited. If you've heard of Metatsine riots, for example, and a couple of others, and if you consider the fact that we needed to deploy the army, and to some extent, in quelling the Metatsine riots, we actually had to deploy the Air Force in Kano to actually quell that. And if you also remember that at the onset of the Boko Haram insurgency in Maiduguri, we also had to deploy the army. You know, when Mohammed Yusuf was, the founder of Boko Haram, was captured by the army and handed over to the police. So what does that tell us? Nigeria is a country that consistently has been inundated by violence. And the problem was, for example, that we now ended up with an insurgency. Before we were having pockets of violence, they could become really intense over a specific period and they are quelled. But with the Boko Haram insurgency from the northeast, we ended up with actually an insurgency, which many people in this country never thought would happen. Okay, and the responses of both, in my opinion, state and federal governments at the inception of this crisis was actually what resulted in the protracted nature of the crisis that we finally had. But what has this administration done about that? There were talks about the kind of resources that the security forces needed to fight, to neutralize the threat. We had a security force, especially the armed forces, trained essentially to do conventional warfare. And then now we were faced with an insurgency, which is much more difficult to deal with. Complicated by the kind of borders we had, we have, especially in the north. Borders are just open. We're going from Niger into Nigeria, from Chad into Nigeria, the mountainous region with Cameroon in the east, and so on. So these are some of the complications. But then this administration premised its manifesto on dealing with these problems. And I think that while the insurgency has reasonably been brought under control, we have had other threats open up. Terrorism, banditry, going well beyond the epicenter of the Boko Haram insurgency, which was the northeast. Okay? The central part of Nigeria, which is the food basket, as we all know, became very much affected. And then even the southern parts have also been affected. So while we have been able to significantly degrade Boko Haram or ISWAP and actually push them to the fringes of the Lake Chad, okay, we have not been able to deal with the other threats that have emerged. And everybody knows that. Banditry, kidnapping, and so on and so forth, terrorism. And I feel that this is the scenario because we have been using the military to do tasks that are meant for the police. We have also been using the military to carry out tasks that are meant for the domestic intelligence service. And therefore, the military has become overstretched. And if we do not correct the problem arising from deploying the military for policing duties, I don't think we are going to get out of the security problems for a while.
So just another one. Some people have said, and from history, some people say that the current security concerns that we're faced with can be traced back to 1970, shortly after the Civil War. It was also reported that there were a lot of arms that was imported into this country. And after the Civil War, people lost their businesses. It was a lot, and there was need to recover the economy. And so arms actually fell into the hands of people who were not, jobless people, a lot of people. And a lot of people believe, and history has also stated that was when, armed robbery became on the high. That's where it started. In our institutions back then, in the 70s, 1970s, you had the tertiary institution characterized by cult activities. When the military was also in power, people needed to protect themselves. And so you had in schools, kidnapping, robbery, what have you, that can also be, compared to terrorism right now that's going on. All of that rape and what have you, assassination, murder, arson, these things actually happen from that time. So I'd like to, share your thoughts. Do you agree that with this school of thoughts and with history?
We had armed robbery after the Civil War. We never had armed robbery in Nigeria before the Civil War, but armed robbery surfaced after. That's a fact, but not the degree. I wouldn't agree that, the degree, because if you look at what we had, and if you compare us to many other countries, especially African countries that suffered armed conflict, the unfortunate Nigerian civil war, in terms of weapons management and in the aftermath of that conflict, I think was reasonably well managed. You know, because you had two forces that fought a conventional battle, right? The Nigerian armed forces, the Biafran armed forces. It's not like what we have now, where you essentially have armed opposition groups taking on state organized armed forces. And as a result of the fact that two conventional forces fought, and you had the process, one of them, the war came to an end. And yes, some weapons, there was some proliferation of weapons, but not to the magnitude, you know, between 1970 and late 90s when we started having, early 20s when we started having Boko Haram. The gap was too much, you know. But we have had situations where weapons entered our territory because our borders are not properly policed, you know. And I would think that the proliferation of weapons actually came as a result of our porous borders. But more recently, I believe that we have had a worsening of that weapons proliferation because of the conflict in Libya, which deposed former President Muammar Gaddafi, you know, and the fact that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries actually overwhelmed Libya with all kinds of weapons, you know, which, I mean, we've even seen documentaries about weapons, people selling weapons in Libya, you know, you name it, any kind of weapon. And also from the reports we have seen, some of the weapons that have been captured from Boko Haram have come from Libya, you know. So I think that the worsening state of security in the Sahel and the porous borders that we have had and the free movement of persons protocol of the Economic Community of West African States have combined to exacerbate the weapons proliferation in Nigeria, you know. I mean, the authorities just have to significantly try to deal with those challenges.
All right, interesting. Some of the solutions that you'll be unraveling today rather, will also be probably something that the next administration can look into. Probably it's already a lost cause, you know, for this administration. I don't know if you say that, but one of the things the president mentioned in his speech, and it's further for us at this point, is he said in order to address the insecurity. We worked methodically in reducing insurgency in the Northeast, militancy in the Niger Delta, ethnic and religious tensions in some parts of Nigeria, along with other problems threatening our country. So he mentioned Northeast, though we know that there's a situation already in the Northwest that is now far worse than what is in the Northeast. He didn't really mention the Southeast, but we know the situation there. Even recently, it's become worse. What are your thoughts on the method? Because he said they worked methodically. What I remember is that he said that the IGP should relocate to the Northeast, and the IGP didn't relocate. And the president said he wasn't aware, or that the politicians say he wasn't aware. So, the method. Are you in support of a gung-ho, style security approach to this, or are you in support of sort of a combined with a political solution to all of these? You see what Yar'Adua did in Niger Delta and said, you know what, we would give an amnesty program, which was very like magic, ended the insurgency in the South, Niger Delta. So what are your thoughts on that? Because the president also went to say that as we continue to de-escalate the security challenges that confronted us at the inception of this administration, new forms alien to our country began to manifest, especially in the areas of kidnappings, molestation and killings, innocent citizens, banditry, all of which are being addressed by our security forces. Is it just a security problem? Do we have also the need for political solution to all of these?
Is it not a double-barreled question? It's a triple-barreled question. I think, for me, actually, it's always the apparatus that we have and we are deploying and how these apparatus are operating in synergy. Okay? First of all, I mentioned the let's take the armed forces. I feel very strongly about this because I think it's something that hasn't been particularly discussed in the public space. It is not the job of the armed forces to do some of the things it is being asked to do. We just have to accept that.
Which is the police,
Yeah,
maybe?
it is the police and the DSS. Okay? The architecture of Nigeria says domestic threats, terrorism and all, it is the DSS, Department of State Services, which used to be the National Security Organization, metamorphosed into the State Security Service, and is now the Department of State Services. Now, the question is, have we equipped the DSS sufficiently to be able to carry out those tasks? Okay? Because the paradigm has shifted from what was, the kind of threat perception that we had. But have we actually positioned the DSS? Have we trained the DSS? Have we hired as many people as will be required? Because the DSS is an intelligence service. Its modus operandi and all of that are not for public consumption. So, and we can only analyze based on what we get in open sources. So it's difficult, but what I feel, okay, from what I read, from what I try to analyze, is that the kind of support that has been given to the armed forces, I have not seen, and I may be wrong, I have not seen this kind of support being provided to the DSS, whose primary responsibility it is to stem domestic threats to Nigeria. Now, allied to what the DSS is supposed to be doing is the police. And if you look at the units of the police, take the police mobile force, which people call riot police or whatever. The police mobile force was established in the First Republic by Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa when he visited Malaysia, and he was impressed when he saw the paramilitary police that they had. And this was introduced to Nigeria. But the police mobile force in Nigeria was prepared to respond to the kind of riotous behavior you would find from communities or students. Tell me today, the scenario has changed. Have we prepared the police mobile force to be able to respond to the threats today? That's a question, and I may not be able to answer it, but I feel it's a strong question because there was a recent example during the EndSARS when criminals hijacked the process. I did not see police mobile force anywhere. Maybe I'm wrong again. Let's come to the police air wing. The Nigeria police has an air wing. They have fixed wing aircraft. They have rotary wing aircraft. Do we see the Nigeria police air wing in the sky? Do we see police platforms in the sky? Kuje prison was attacked. People were talking about the army. It is not the job of the army to protect prisons. Did we see a police helicopter in the sky? If we didn't see police helicopters in the sky, what is the problem? Have we equipped the police enough for the police to be able to put its aircraft in the sky? We were asking the Air Force to patrol Abuja-Kaduna Rail. The Air Force is a combat service. When we have a police air wing, why should the Air Force be asked to patrol Abuja-Kaduna Rail? So, we probably have not equipped our police air wing. Okay? Now, you have the police railway command. You see the twin question, first asking Air Force to patrol when we have a police air wing. And like I said, which presupposes, and I may be wrong, because I'm only analyzing from open sources, which could presuppose that our police air wing has not been equipped to do what it's supposed to do. Now, we have spent billions building a brand new rail system, and we are still expanding that rail network. We've always had a Nigeria Police Railway Command with headquarters at Ebute-Metta, right? Where are they? With all the brand new rail systems we have on the ground, have we revitalized the Nigerian Police Railway Command? Have we retrained Nigeria Police Railway Command? Have we equipped it to the point where it can protect the billions of rail infrastructure we are putting down? I don't see these conversations in the public space. Take the police maintenance division. The police has a maintenance division, right? If you are beginning to deploy drones, which probably will happen, I can suspect that the police, they're probably thinking of all of this. If you're going to be deploying drones, if you're going to be deploying CCTV cameras, who are the guys in the police who are supposed to maintain them? It is the Police Maintenance Division. What is the state of the Police Maintenance Division today? So when people criticize the police as not performing, and we want to set up state police, and by the way, I support state police, but if we do not understand why the police is not performing optimally, even the state police will not work, because it is the same environment, it is the same values we have, okay? And if we do not address the systemic issues, infrastructural issues, operational issues, issues of the value system of the Nigerian, because these people who are going to be hired, they are Nigerians, then we will not have an improvement. So, just to close up on this, you cannot use the armed forces. You can use the armed forces to support civil authority, and our constitution allows for that. And actually, in many situations, we have been deploying the armed forces to support civil authority. But it's supposed to be specific, time-bound, okay? And then they go back to their normal functions of protecting the territorial integrity. Because you train soldiers to kill people, unfortunately as that sounds. That's why we keep them in the barracks, so that we can account for them at any point in time, because they have to defend this country. And in the process of defending this country, they may have to kill, right? So you don't deploy soldiers to stop riots. You deploy the police. You deploy the paramilitary police. But to what extent have we retrained, re-equipped, funded, motivated the Nigeria police force to be able to? If we don't do that, we will keep using the military, and the military will be overstretched.
Well, interesting thoughts there. We have to go, but wish we had more time, to talk about this.
But I'm just thinking that, I mean, really, Kofi, I know that we have to go. But
we're out of time.
Yes, we're out of time. But just quickly, because he has mentioned all of this, the issue of training, retraining, and funding, all of this is about financing. And let's stay with this administration, not going back to 1960 because we're here. In the past 7 budget cycles under the President, Buhari, it's reported that 12 trillion naira has been allocated to the security sector. That's based on analysis. And I'm saying, is 12 trillion naira not enough? If you look at the budgeting and allocation, security seems to take a chunk of the budget. Would that not be enough, to cater for all of these issues?
That's true, but it's debatable. You know why I say it's debatable? A budget is a statement of intent. And you may budget and not actually give all the amount you've budgeted. That's why the National Assembly is there, to carry out its oversight functions, to make sure that whatever funds have been allocated have been properly utilized. But one of the things that I can say in terms of how the order, what we call the order of battle of the Nigerian Armed Forces, the order of battle has changed. There's absolutely no argument about that. You can see platforms that have been acquired. For example, the Air Force got the Super Tucano aircraft, which, okay, people like to call them jet, but they are turboprop aircraft. They are not jet aircraft. But they have precision weapons. They can help us improve the security situation. They can do pinpoint targeting and all those kinds of things. The Army has also been equipped with, several infantry fighting vehicles, mine resistance vehicles to protect the troops and so on and so forth. That has happened with the armed forces, But the question is the police. You see, because if you capture a territory, you have to hold it. If you capture a territory, the swathe of land in the northeast and in the north that the military has deployed into, you don't just chase people out. You have to leave troops there to keep the place secure, okay? And if we had police units, well-trained, well-prepared, they can close those gaps, while allowing the military to do more. So for me, it is not really equipment for the armed forces. It is equipment, motivation, training for the police and the DSS. Well, this, I think, should be the focus, especially for this administration. It still has some months to go. If this administration can focus on the police and the DSS, equip them properly, train them properly, recruit more. We have 150,000 police officers doing VIP protection duty.
All right.
So
and some of them are mobile police.
We need to hire people to replace these guys.
All right. Thank you very much for
pleasure,
that.
thanks.
We would certainly love to have you back. Ms. Adebayo Law Ake is Director and Principal Research Fellow, African Resource Development Center. It's still the Independence Day special right here on Plus TV Africa. We'll be right back. And up next, we'll look at the state of the Nigerian economy with Professor Ndubuisi Nwokoma. Please stay with us.
Actually, the changes we are looking up to from the government is there are a lot of insecurity going on in the country, and we would have loved to see that have a country where everybody is secured to run his normal business, go about your normal business freely. And the economy too is completely bad. If I say the economy is bad as it is, things are expensive in our country, and it was not like that before. And we actually need a change.
I'm expecting a better Nigerian, because Nigeria that we fought independent for in 1916, it seems that we have not gotten what we are expecting, and therefore people now are tired, they are worried. In fact, we are not happy with what is going on in the country, and now we are praying, especially the election that is coming, that is going to bring another person. We are looking at this one will bring in a new Nigeria. A Nigeria whereby a graduate can have a place to work, where we have hope, there will be security of life and property, and things will be able to go the way we're expecting. This is what we're expecting as a new Nigeria.
The youth in Nigeria, I feel that we should be invested in by the government. Free webinars, seminars, to boost our morals, our knowledge on technology, because the world is advancing and Nigeria is way behind on many things. So I feel technology is one sector in the country that should be invested in mostly by the youths. Free seminars everywhere and there, so we can grow and groom the country, because these days the average Nigeria is actually struggling.
We know everything is upside down. We want the government to fix everything. We are not happy, and that's why a lot of people are leaving Nigeria. It's sincere, it's truthful, it's clear. You can't mind swans on that, so the government should fix everything. They should fix things.
I feel Nigerian government is not really our problem. Our problem is probably the influence that they had on us during colonialism. So I looked at the pace of our own development. If I looked at Benin, I look at our ancient times, I feel even when Portuguese came to Nigeria, came to Benin, they said Benin had more better roads than Portugal when they came. So I feel if we have been allowed to develop on our own pace, we would have done better.
Top-ranking Nigerians, wearing their finest robes, watched in dignified silence as the climax of Independence Day was reached. In handing over the documents to the Federal Prime Minister, Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Her Royal Highness handed over sovereignty to a new nation.
Political environment in Nigeria has featured severe contestations among the country's diverse ethnic groups. The country's full set of political parties was formed in 1959. Shortly before independence. In 2020, the nation's election umpire, INEC, succeeded in reducing the political parties from 92 to 18. Currently, there are two major political parties, the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, and its opposition, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. However, other parties like the Labour Party and others are beginning to make waves contending for recognition. Established parties have more seats in the National Assembly than smaller parties.
The ruling party and the main opposition party do not have much of a stronghold or influence on the minds of people as they used to. They are now alternative parties that people are considering voting for.
The political terrain today is said to be controlled by desperate politicians whose only goal is to prepare the ground for the nation's treasury and commonwealth.
As the nation moves into another election year, there seems to be an awakening to change the tide in favor of the people through the ballot.
We're seeing the signs of dramatic shifts in orientation, in public consciousness, and in participation, particularly by groups that were previously inactive. So we have seen people channel and transform previous grievances into opportunities for political participation.
The major factor that I see, and which makes me conclude that 2023 elections will be radically different from the previous ones, is that there is an active participation of young Nigerians, okay? Not just in support of any candidate, but in the political discourse, in trying to set the agenda for the especially the presidential candidates.
Optimism on the part of citizens is attaining a dramatic increase as regards the forthcoming 2023 general elections.
The politician needs to let the followers to know that it should be a kind of issue-based campaign. That have they been able to better the life of people, the followers, have they been able to better the life of people?
The promises they made, they never fulfilled it. The one that said, okay, employment to the other regime, they said they will bring employment, that cost of living will be low, but then they are now there and then the cost of living has skyrocketed.
Any president that is coming should know what is at stake now, should understand, not like game blaming. Do you understand? They should know what is on ground. There is inflation in the land. Are they competent enough? Did he or she is able to, drive us, sail us to the island we are going?
The country has been irked by issues of insecurity to economic downturn, infrastructure deficit, dwindling healthcare, and education system, among others. However, as the race to the 2023 polls odds up, Nigerians believe once the political terrain is stable, good and impactful, governance can begin. From the central government to the state and others, the choice of those to lead will depend on the electorate. Emmanuel Olububukun, PlusTV News.
All right, welcome back. It's still the Independence Day special right here on PlusTvAfrica. And of course, our next guest is seated and aptly poised to do justice to the next discussion on the state of the Nigerian economy. Professor Ndubisi Wokoma is a director at the Center for Economic Policy. He is a director at the Center for Economic Policy Analysis and Research, University of Lagos, Nigeria, or should I say Akoka, Nigeria. I hope I got it right. Prof, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
You're looking immaculate. Nice to have you this morning. I would love to start on a very controversial note. I'd like you to describe the Nigerian economy as it is today, and please, could you kindly face your camera? Okay. Yes, in one word, all right, in one word. And then proceed to give us your thoughts on the performance of this administration as far as its macro and micro policies are concerned, based on your description of the economy in one word. Now, one of the things President Buhari said today in his speech, Independence Day speech, which is his last before he goes back to his farm in Dara, like I said earlier, he said, quote, efforts in resetting the economy manifested in exiting two economic recessions by the very practical and realistic monetary and fiscal measures to ensure effective public financial management. He also said, in addition, well, I will stop at that. So he seems to have given himself some plaudits for exiting two recessions, hence giving himself a pass mark. So those two questions you can answer.
Well, if you want me to describe the Nigerian economy in one word, I would say presently it's crumbling.
Okay.
Yeah, the things are, you wait for the consumer of your food to tell you, oh, this is tasty, the food is good. And like people say that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So I think to that extent, we can say that the people of Nigeria should be able to say, yes, we had the president, he came into office, and our lives are better, or our lives are not better. I can now look at the indicators and now say, in this area or this area, look at the exchange rate, look at that, that the economy is doing well or not doing well. And let's take a look at, if I may go forward, about how this the current government made the economy. And we can look at the statistics and look at the data and look at the excess crude account. How much was it and how much is it now? We can take a look at inflation. It was single digit. Currently, it is over 20%. These are more expensive. And look at increase in income. The income level has not changed significantly. Take a look at the exchange rates. Take a look at the environment. Take a look at the recession that the country came out of. What led to that the country being able to exit the recessions? It was basically due to developments in the oil and gas sector. Because when you have the change in the price of oil globally, it affects the level of income we get as a country. So monetary policy and fiscal policy actually have made their contribution, but they are not the major reasons why the country came out of the recession that that were reported in 2016 and 2020. 2020 because of the COVID-19. So if you look at the whole thing totally, and look at the level of money the country has been able to borrow. By the time if we have time for all this, we cannot go into them in details. I think the economy is not doing very well, in my opinion. I think a lot still has to be done and that will explain why many young persons don't find hope in the country and they are looking for alternatives outside this, our shore. So there are many issues that can be looked into to know whether the economy is doing well or not. Not just, yes, it's good. There are areas you can say that the country could have had some progress, maybe they're trying to focus on infrastructure and all that. But largely speaking, I think the economy has not been, it's like packing up in so many areas.
Mm. Okay, but let's talk about the fact that our economy is over-dependent on a certain sector. And we know the economy is divided into several sectors. The primary sector, which oil is part of, we'll get to talk about agriculture. But let's talk about the over-dependence on just, the primary sector and oil and gas sector of our economy. Now, prior to now, we know that agriculture was the mainstay. In 1960, it contributed, about 60% or over 60% to the GDP. Now we're looking at 25%. How did we get here?
Yeah, basically the policy environment has not actually been positive. Take a look at the government's program, the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, ERGP, which this current government brought into brought up to be able to run the economy. For all the indicators that the ERGP had, it fell below targets. The only targets that the ERGP met was the price of oil, because it was underestimated. Because we did a study at our center on the performance of the ERGP in the first 2 years. We found that for all the indicators, all the sectors.
When you say ERGP, what does that mean?
Economic Recovery and Growth Plan of the Buhari administration, which was a 4-year medium-term plan, which was meant to enhance the economy in 3 core areas: the macroeconomy and the issue of trying to get the economy diversified away from oil. That is the first plan. The second one is on investing in the people, being able to give money to those who are vulnerable and all that. The third one to make the economy competitive. These are the 3 core key areas that the ERGP focused on. For all the projections of the ERGP, none of them met target, not one, over the 4-year period. And like I said, the only area in which the government did not think that the price of oil would go as high as it did. So it underperformed. We've been able to get the economy diversified away from oil. Up till today, oil is still the mainstay of the economy. So not much has really changed. And if there's anything that happens to the global economy in the area of oil or oil price, the economy begins to pick up. Either the price goes up, or if the price goes down, the economy begins to falter and begin to shake. So it is still dependent largely on the oil sector, and I think a lot has to be done. We need to talk about developing the non-oil sector. For now, we are just speaking. I've been an economist for many years, and I know in our various conferences, we're talking about the economy being diversified. It's been like a sing-song over the years. It's just like talk, but not much has happened. And this government has been able to talk more about it. Not much has manifested from the ERGP plan.
But Professor Ndubisi, my question is, how did we, contribute? I mean, did agriculture then contributed 60% or over 60% to our GDP? And now we're struggling and grappling. Even though agriculture 25 is still the largest that you have in our economy now, looking at other, sectors, 2%, 9 and thereabout, you can't still compare with agriculture, but we're not where we should be.
Yeah.
And so what could be the issue?
Yes, like I said, the issue is about policy and focus on oil. For example, when you talk about getting the economic transformation globally, the third world countries move from commodities, agriculture, you move from there to industry, and then you move to services. When the GDP of the country was rebased, under Jonathan, you discovered that more than 50% of our economy is on services. ICT, insurance, banking and finance, and so on. And then the middle, which is industry, agriculture, manufacturing, was very thin. And because of the focus on oil, we get cheap money from oil, we've been able to abandon agriculture and manufacturing. And then we now transited, even the agriculture that we had that was as high as up to 50% of GDP contribution actually began to shrink. And in recent times, it's also been affected because we are now focusing a lot more on livestock. The issue about headers and so on, which is also affecting crop production. Agriculture has two major components in GDP computation. We have the crop and we have the livestock. The bulk of agricultural contribution is in crops. And for crops, you have cash crops, you have food crops. Now, if you take a look at livestock, the major component there is poultry. But because of the need to give prominence to cows and other kinds of livestock, we've been able to affect the production of crops because of livestock production. Talk about livestock transformation plan, which basically is about 2% contribution to GDP. We are destroying the other 30-40% because of 2%. So I think the issue is about policy. The focus of government and the focus on oil has actually been able to bring down this proportion that agriculture contributes to GDP from what it was before to what it is now. So it's about policy and the focus of governance in being able to drive the economy.
All right. Because we were looking at Nigeria at 62, we would also go back in time to look at what's been happening over the years since independence. What has been Nigeria's economic development been since we took reins and we switched to self-governance or government? I remember that some national leader from a head of state said the problem of the country is not how to make the money, but how to spend it.
Okay.
And of course, I do remember some years ago, I wasn't alive, then maybe I may not have been alive, but Nigeria was the Mecca or the Dubai of Africa or West Africa, where people were trooping into this country, including my parents, who came over from Ghana to Nigeria. It was a place where you could come and see skyscrapers. You could come and see flyovers. The flyovers in Lagos, and the butterfly interchanges have been there for years. I mean, there was a time where the cement production in the entire world was affected because of the humongous construction going on in Nigeria. So this is a country that even before Egypt and Dubai began to plan and build cities, Nigeria had already started building a city from scratch in the mold of the FCT Abuja. So Nigeria has been there before Ghana got there. Nigeria has been there before Egypt got there, before Dubai got there. What went wrong and when did it go wrong?
Yeah, in my opinion, Nigeria has three problems, basically three. Number one is leadership. Number two is leadership. And number three is leadership. Leadership, leadership, leadership. And if you take a look at economies that have actually been transformed across the world, even in Asia, Take a look at Singapore. Singapore, for example, we have a Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew came in and transformed that economy. Take a look at even Ghana.
From third world to first world.
From third world to first world. Take a look at Hong Kong. Take a look at South Korea. These economies in Asia, even Taiwan, they move from third world to first world in the literature. And if you find out what are the growth drivers, it's just leadership, principally. Ghana was worse than Nigeria. We had this, that is why we have this language of Ghana must go. They all trooped into Nigeria because the country went down until a man emerged, Rawlings, and he turned things around for the whole country. And the Ghanaians went back. Many investments actually come into Africa or West Africa go to Ghana, not Nigeria, because of leadership change. And I think the critical thing is, if we get it right, that is number one. The next thing is about the structure of Nigeria. It needs to be taken, we need to look at the structure of Nigeria. Because the structure of production, the structure of governance is very critical. When all of us actually are going at the same pace, that is not how it was. Even in the First Republic, the country was doing much better. I had the Western region going at their own pace with their own policy, structure. We had the Eastern region, we had the North. We need to look at the structure of Nigeria. We don't all put all of us, we talk about everybody being everything being centralized. It affects economic growth. We need to look at the structure and then make sure that we have the right leadership. It will turn around the economy. This country is a great country with huge potentials. But because people who are being squeezed together, and then we don't have the right leadership, everybody comes in, want to defend the interest of its own people and all kinds of it is compartmentalized and it affects economic growth. So I think the issue is the leadership is so important. Get it right and make sure that we have the right structure. I believe in restructuring. It affects economic growth and they will be able to make sure the country will achieve what it has planned.
Well, I'm sure that we have to let this go, but just to leave this at this point, Professor Ndubisi, there's been the Wokoma.
Yeah.
I don't have to call your entire name entirely, but I mean, it's been stated that the kind of structure or legacy that we inherited from the colonial government is responsible for what we're faced at the time with, because we inherited a system where, as much as we were good with exportation of raw materials, we're very dependent on the Western market for our commodities. So the discouragement of industrialization has continued, and we see that in the disguise of green environment and green policy and green economy. And Nigeria and other African countries are buying into this. When you ask yourself how much of the gas are you emitting into the globe at the end of the day, it's not even up to 10%. Why are we even continuing in this line? But I'm sure that it will be another time to have these thoughts. I'm sure you want to say something just in a few seconds, Professor.
Well, basically we need to gain from our natural resource. There's always a trade-off in any economic policy or any economic action. There's always a trade-off. You gain here, you lose there. So if actually we need to generate income, make sure we minimize oil theft, because it's like double jeopardy. You have this oil, you have the negative effects of oil production, you have the stealing, and the ordinary person is not benefiting. So if we're able to get as much as we can from our fossil fuels, and also take it, bear the consequences, I think we can still do well, at least in the short term.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Ndubisi Nwokomas, Director of the Africa Center for Policy Analysis and Research, University of Lagos, Akoka. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
And happy October 1.
Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations.
Yes, indeed. We'll be right back. We have more ahead on a special independence program right here on Plus TV Africa.
to serve a fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Oh God of creation, direct her noble cause, guide our leaders right, help her you the truth to know, in love and honesty to go and living just and truth. Great lofty height attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
All right, welcome back. It's still the Independence Day special right here on Plus TV Africa. And to our next guest who is here to talk about the Nigerian educational system, or the Nigerian education system. We have Oludare Akinlaja. He's the CEO, OAR&D company transformation strategist as well. Is that a research and development company? Oh, fantastic. And you are in the education sector as well?
Yes.
Fantastic, fantastic. As you sat down and you spoke, I just knew one. And you, all right, Messi and I are glad to indeed have you. We'll start with, of course, the president's speech gives us talking points. I know you told me off air that he gave you nothing to talk about, but he says that he's pained, when he thinks about the ASU strike.
Yeah.
It causes him pain. What are your thoughts on the president's feelings? And I know he said something similar when he met with stakeholders in the education sector. He said he's not happy about it. But I'll just go to paragraph 25 of his speech, where he said, I must confess that I am very pained by the recurring disruption to our tertiary education system. And I'm using this Independence Day celebration to reiterate my call for the striking academic staff union of universities to return to the classroom while assuring them to deal with their contending issues within the limits of the scarce resources available, he says. That's number one. So he also went on to say that his administration has made appreciable progress in redressing the issues of ASU that have been lingering over 11 years.
Yeah.
But if you look at the agreements from 2009 and the renegotiated agreement of 2019, the federal government has not paid any money as far as revitalization is concerned. Out of the 1.3 trillion naira, they've only paid 200 billion naira. That was back in, I think, during the time of Jonathan.
Yeah.
So if he says that they've made appreciable progress, what does that mean?
Okay, so I think the president understands what he meant by...
Is it disconnected, do you feel?
I don't think he's disconnected. I think his disposition seems to be sort yourself out. There are bigger things I'm concerned about in some sort. I don't think they are taking the educational problem seriously. I'm not sure they are concerned about it. Okay, because if you find how much money moves to other sectors, maybe security, infrastructure, and the rest, it just shows you where I think they are paying attention to. Okay, but in these other areas, they're like, oh, it's ASO. We'll find a way to deal with it. Okay, oh no, it's education. We can always patch it around. So I think it's just the commitment of the government with regards to education. I'm not sure they see it as a crisis yet.
Well, that's because, I mean, some of the things they're asking for instance, visitation panel. There's been no visitation panel over 10 years, or almost 10 years, to any federal university from the federal government. Even going to see what's going on there. And so he says, so you're saying that you don't feel he's sincere in what he's saying, that he feels pained and that they've even made progress. You don't feel he's sincere at all.
So if you know, certain statements are political, some statements are just thrown out there. But if you want to do a critical analysis, I run a research and development company. So if you want to deal with the on-the-ground data, you can see that there's crisis in that sector. Okay. Now, sometimes when I speak on issues like this, I always like to draw a balance. I hope at some point we'll also get to the responsibility on the university angle. Okay. But for now, we're talking about government. Okay. What is government's responsibility? Government needs to show more commitment to this system. We're already stretched as a country with regards how we are designed. That's another discussion for another day.
But I think that we can actually start from there, because I'm wondering, if we look at the system, and it's a good thing that we're 62 today, it just gives us the opportunity to go back to the drawing board and look at where we have come from, what exactly we're doing right and what we're not doing right, and where we can get it right. And so we know that the structure that we're practicing, the educational system, the 6-3-3-4 formula, do you think that's what the problem is? Or the problem is with funding? Just like you have tried to mention that there's no attention to it because there's been complaint about budgetary allocation every other time. So I'd like you to share your thoughts. Where exactly lies the problem with our educational system?
Okay, so in design thinking, there's something you call a wicked problem. Wicked problem means when you're trying to solve one, you might end up creating a bigger problem in the larger chain. So we're going to look at the value chain. It's a long value chain that involves students, parents, lecturers, and government. Okay, so picking one person in isolation as the major problem will dampen the effect of the other people. So take for instance, what's the quality of learning to start with? How much can government really do to optimize the quality of learning in schools? How much investment can government really give? How can government monitor that the money given is spent on the things that we say we want to spend the money on, for instance? Okay, so it's a full value chain. So one of the things I think we need to redesign is, and we quickly compare ourselves to international countries. You will say, oh, go to the UK, their education system is great. How much of those schools in the UK do government still fund, for instance? But if you try that in Nigeria, maybe University of Lagos will be paying 750,000 naira school fees. Or maybe 1 million naira per semester. How many people can afford that? That's another problem. So you see, it's a full value chain. So I think the first thing we must ask ourselves, I'm a consultant. If I come to your company and you tell me, oh, my company is not producing money, what must I do? I'll first tell you, how does your company operate? Are you making sales with the way you are operating? No, we're not making so much money. So what do? We unbundle, we redesign. Government can no longer fund. What can we do from inside? Oh, it's top-down heavy. Government are opening more, and they're opening more schools. More schools are being converted to universities. We are not funding what is on ground. We are converting schools to universities. You are taking a teacher college, you are converting to university. Okay? So the question is, the way we are designed is too top-down heavy. Government cannot manage everything. So we need to start redesigning from there and saying, the way we are structured, can it really work?
So what should the proper structure be?
So this are things people don't like to hear. But the schools have to find a way to begin to raise funds. Okay? either by creating internal fund generating systems, begin to create research. If you go abroad, certain schools are opening labs, business labs. Most of the vaccines you see that were used pre-COVID were created by universities. That income goes to university. So we need to unbundle to and try to find solutions and ways that we can engage.
So you're looking at, schools, weaning themselves of government funding.
I think we should find a way to do that.
Wouldn't that affect the so-called common man, proverbial common man on the street? Some people will argue to death Nigeria can afford free education, or at least free tuition, like it is in Germany and some of the other oil-producing countries. That Nigeria can afford it, even though the numbers are not too encouraging. They're really bleak in terms of even whether we can afford to fund our budget. We can't.
Yeah.
So, but people feel the nation has no business asking students to pay for everything, or the universities to be on their own.
Yeah.
So I mean, let's got the welfare aspect of this as well.
Now, I spoke about wicked problems. But I want to ask, where in the world is education free? Somebody's paying. Somebody's paying. You look at America, for instance, now. People are now campaigning on forgiving student loans. It's now a campaign point. Oh, if you put me in power, I'll forgive student loans. Because people pay loans. Okay, so there are many discussions in that poll. Part of the discussion is, for instance, must everybody go to university? Some people have that school of thought. If you make early education solid, you make it beautiful. People can at least go from primary school to the SS3. After SS3, let the person do what he wants to do, for instance. So there's a lot of argument in that. So, but design says we must find a way to make it work for us.
No, but why haven't we found a way with all of the resources that we have? Because I don't know if there's any country or an individual that will wake up and say they have enough money. Burna Boy sang a song and said Dangote himself is looking for money, right? So money will never be enough. No, my point here is money will never be enough for an individual or a country.
Yep.
I'm not even sure, because you think that when you have an extra 1 million, then you think that 1 million it's okay. You need an extra 1 million.
Yep.
You never get to that point.
Exactly.
So I have never heard any country in the world that wakes up to say, hey, we have enough resource.
Yeah.
We have funds. We have what it takes,
Yeah.
right, to fund anything.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that that's the issue, because we have resources. But over time, if you look at how much we have managed it, some professor would say that, we're an Owambe government. Owambe, you know the system already. You throw in money, you chunk it. But it's a party kind of government. Look at how much we're spending. I mean, look at the cost of running government. Every time our budget, how much we allocate, to the, the expenditure. You talk about the capital project and the recurrent, expenditure. So it's a thing. I think that if you are saying that privatization at 62 should be the solution to education sector, it would therefore widen the gap between the rich and the poor over time. And that's what it would be. We're even only talking about the tertiary institution. We're not also looking at, the secondary and the primary school. That's also a big issue. Why is it that at this point in time, Nigeria, as a giant of Africa, we can't even say there's a free education across board for the entire, we're talking about from primary to secondary level. Let's even achieve that, first of all. And then we begin to think about, okay, tertiary, what's important to go to a higher institution.
So let me give you an example. Are you aware that your primary schools are being monitored in Lagos, for instance, by the local government?
That's one state out of how many states do we have in Nigeria?
I'm just trying to say that, are you aware that your primary school in Lagos is being managed by local government? I'm just trying to explain to you the power of a design. Now, if primary schools are being managed by local governments who say that they don't have access to their own funds, what funds are they using to develop the primary schools? So this is my concept. This is why I talk about design a lot. If you give somebody 4 billion naira in a poorly structured system, you will not be able to account for how the financial flow takes place. Because we are blaming one side of the system, we need to look at it across the value chain. The stakeholders across the value chain must come together and ask themselves, how do we want this thing to be structured? Okay? Go around Lagos and look at your primary schools, or go around Ogun State or your state. Look at the state of the primary schools. Those primary schools are constitutionally meant to be run by local governments. Our question would be, so what finances do local governments have to use to run the primary school? So I'm not blaming and saying provision is the only way. I'm trying to emphasize the power of design. We must look at how we are designed and ask ourselves, the way we are designed, are we able to drive quality education with the way we are designed?
All right. I want us to look at the the content of our curriculum, because that's very important as well. Mercy asks if we're, 634 has never worked. It's in the country, it's not even worked at all. I remember one of my uncles who had to import some, or who was supposed to install some equipment that they imported. The thing was left to rot under the sun for years, and it all went bad. But look, let's look at the content and the curriculum and the emphasis on a degree. In some countries, like in the German system, where you have what you call the Ausbildung, which is a sort of a vocational training arrangement where you can leave your high school and go get trained in a skill. And while you're being trained in that skill, the government will give you a stipend. You get paid, be it carpentry, be it welding, be it tailoring, be it nursing, whatever you want to do. And then they encourage companies to employ. Everybody wants to have a degree in this country. And you and I know that not be everybody with their university speak English. Some people can't even express themselves in the university. Why is that? And so what's this? And you talked about some state-owned polytechnics, government institutions, teacher training colleges are being converted to universities. So the governor can look good.
It's a behavioral thing, by the way.
Where did we get it wrong in terms of our penchant for having a degree that isn't really producing skilled people?
And to even add to that, the government is also encouraging by creating more universities. I mean, let's talk about having, he's mentioned vocational institutions as well. So government is also encouraging that, attitude of saying we need to have more universities.
The issue is government.
So of course.
Let me give you an example. Have you seen a job employment letter or advert? Minimum 2 university graduate, university graduate, university graduate. So most of the time, now this is not to defend government. Of course, the government have their own issues. But as a people, we must reorientate our minds. If I have a company and I make the criteria for employment not to own a university degree, but you must have done case study. Why? You must have a vocational level training. You must have this. You will force the system to adjust to the new realities. But if you keep demanding it, parents keep saying, oh no, my child will not be a degree holder. No, my child must go to a university and have a BSc in. You will keep having that kind of environment. Okay, so that's why when I talk about value chain, I can't just isolate one person. We must have a total reorientation system. Okay, now, certain states in Nigeria, for instance, are beginning to up their vocational training schools. There's an abandoned technical college in a major southwest state. Massive carpentry and plumbing. Abandoned. Because people will not go there. They were even paying people to attend. Parents like, no, so they will say my child is a carpenter. No, my child must become a BSc. So it's more holistic than that, okay? I think all of us must be involved in it. You must begin to pay attention to those who don't have BSc. You must begin to pay attention to those people who are mechanics, for instance, now. It's a slight on them. Oh, what do you do? I'm a mechanic. Is that what you do? You mean you didn't go to school? Okay, so these things are also environmental. They are sociological. So I don't think we should just look at them from the angle of, oh, government does not want to.
No, but the reason that would be is because if you look at it, let's be realistic. We can't take the bulk of the issue or the blame. I mean, this is not a blame game. We're saying that everyone is responsible.
Of course.
But I don't know a system where you have feeding coming from, it comes from down to, they say top, be bottom to top. It's, from top to down, right? That's how it should trickle down. And that's why it's in the Constitution that the security and the welfare of the people should be the concern of government. We're saying that you've talked about design. Why can we have a system? Up until now, we have JAM. There's going to be another JAM, right? 2022 is almost over. So in 2023, I'm sure people would start preparing to write another JAM examinations when we know that the universities have been, away for almost 7 months plus counting. And we're not even sure when, the strike will be over. So why don't we, relook at the entire system? Look at what's working and what's not working. Because you're blaming the people who are putting criteria saying, okay, you need a BSc for a job and what have you. Because, it's the system that has been channeled from the beginning, from the top.
Who created the system?
Of course, who creates the system?
Our constitution is a referendum. Our constitution is a referendum.
No. We will, Kofi, let's not even get into this
So,
argument. But you know that I'm not sure we want to go there. Let's
we have to go. We have to go. There's a lot to talk about, but we have to wrap it up right now. Oludare Akinlaja, CEO of OAR ND Company. He's a transformation strategist, and that was really evident in what you said. There's a lot to unpack as far as Nigeria's education is concerned.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for your time. I think maybe it's good you didn't knock ASU, so you can move around safely, because everybody is up in arms against government regarding that. But I think it's good to balance, and that's what you brought to this conversation. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Happy October 1.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right.
You too.
All right, up next we have more. Right now, of course, we'll take a break, and we have something special to play for you in between. And when we return from our break, we'll be having a discussion on the political and elections in Nigeria, looking at the forthcoming elections and politics with our guest, Femi Dagunro. Joe Femi Dagunro will be back with us. Please stay.
For those of us who grew up when Nigeria was much better. Those of us who grew up when Nigeria just got its independence in 1960 and experienced what Nigeria was like between 1960 and 1966, and are now witnessing what Nigeria has become. We are almost regretting that we were born in Nigeria. It is enough reason for us to weep, but we are just holding back the tears. Because Nigeria has been going from bad to worse, and from bad to worse every year. Since 1966, when the military took over governance, Nigeria has been going down the slope into the abyss of what I will call oblivion. Nigeria is almost a failed nation, and it's very unfortunate. It is not something that one is happy to say, but we are almost going towards a nation of lower animals instead of a nation of human beings. That is the way we are when we compare ourselves, when we rate ourselves with other nations of the world. Even with nations that got independence from Britain around the same time as we did, they are not seeking office to seek your welfare or my welfare. They are not seeking office to promote the growth of our society. They are not seeking office to make Nigeria a great country that you and I can be proud of. They are only going there to make money. Unfortunately, this has become, they have passed this mentality on to a lot of younger people too. So instead of the people criticizing them, the people are also waiting for their turn to go there and make their own money. So there are very few people, very, very few people trying to seek elective office because they care for the masses, very few. And that is why we have to be very careful in voting for the people we are going to vote for in this next election.
But our problem got worsened when we, in my own opinion, wrongly introduced presidential system to this country. That was the foundation. In my own opinion, the foundation was very, very weak, bad, wobbly, and there's nothing, in my own opinion, we can build on a wobbling foundation and that be okay. Because it will always affect the main building, the main structure. Yorùbá ní amúkùnrin ẹwọ́ ó lé òwò sálẹ̀ ní. That is, if what I carry is going to be straight, my legs have to be straight. So until we go back to the basics, to introduce our own local system, or continue with the original system of parliamentary system, which we were known to, through which most of our leaders went through, because most of Nigerian leaders actually were educated in England and here. Until we go back to that basic, it will be unfair to continue to blame any government or any leader for our problems. I am very, very optimistic that God will give us hope by miraculously changing our problem from the very, very bad situation in which we are to a good one. I don't believe the result of this election is going to change anything. Because until we change the structure, the foundation, whatever we're going to build on it, will be faulty, will be wobbling. So the election, I think, is just another ritual, which you just have to go through. What has it changed? 8 years ago, the PDP government was bad. Jonathan was not capable. Blah, 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 blah. Half of the people in the PDP moved to join ACN and AMPP to form APC. Today, what are Nigerians saying? They are even blaming this government as being worse than that of
PDP government.
Some people are even wrongly, in my opinion, blaming the president. To me, this president has done wonderfully well within his political powers, within the legal framework of the constitution of this country. For instance, the president discovered very early that our major problem is in the local government system, where the governors do not allow the local government to operate at all. He now wrote an executive order asking the local government to be allowed to operate. The governors frustrated it. What can the president do? He has no power to force them. The constitution does not give him the power. Worse still, the same constitution which does not give the federal government to supervise the states now gave power to the state governors to supervise and control the local government. And they are not only controlling it, they are only, I mean, I don't know how to even describe it. They don't even allow them to breathe. The last time you have anything like local government operation in Nigeria, or in Ogun State in particular, was during Governor Gadane's tenure. After that, it's zero.
We change the narrative unless we change our ways. We have to change our ways, we have to change our thinking, we have to change our orientation. First is that government should be for the brightest and the best. If you go to any country in the world, the best and the brightest of their people go into politics. Because politics affects everybody in the society. It affects how you live. It affects whether you are going to be able to bring up your children properly or not. It affects the kind of education you are going to receive. It affects the kind of health care you are going to have. It affects whether you are going to have a job. It affects your levels, or your salary level when you start working. So everything in your life is affected by politics and those who are in politics. So it is the best and the brightest that usually go into politics. If you go to England, you will see their graduates from Oxford, from Cambridge. They are all there in parliament. But you come to Nigeria, it's the reverse, the worst. We have government has been surrendered to the worst elements of society. Those who rule us in Nigeria are either drunkards or ex-drug couriers or ex-419 people or former armed robbers who somehow made money through dubious means, and because of our political system that now depends almost exclusively on how much money you have, it's only those who have become fraudulently rich who can get to power.
It's still the breakfast special, Independence, right here, and thank you for joining us. We'll head straight to our next conversation. We're looking at politics and the 2023 elections. We have a guest who's been here with us from the speech of the president. He's a fine gentleman, Joe Femi Dagoro. He's the founder of Lagos Forum. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks.
So let's get straight to it. But I know that it's politics and we're in the season of politicking and the elections is almost here. But how would you describe our political process as a country? 1960 and we're here now.
Well, when you look at it, it's still a growing process. It's still growing. We're not there yet. And we've made tremendous steps. You know, we've taken tremendous steps from where we were. It's always a good thing when you get your independence. And I just want to feel the fact that we're all happy that we are an independent nation. And for the forefathers that have taken that right decision at that time, I think it's a good thing to see where we are today. But we have not done badly, you know, when you look at it and compare it to other countries. But at the same time, we have to do better than what we inherited, in quote now, because you say you inherited so many things from people. But I don't want us to be looking at the colonization as an issue right now, because it's taken some years back, 62 years. Why should you even be talking about it? We should have grown. Most people, if you have 62 years right now, you have gray hair. You'll be having grandchildren all over the place. So, I mean, this is a moment for us to reflect and say, where are we now? Where are we going? What is going on? A lot of young people and some of our children, they are not happy with the country we have, we have right now, and we are leaving for them, because at some point they ask you a question, was it true? If I tell any of my kids and say, listen, I had the opportunity to have bursary. I said, what is bursary? You know, whereby government pays you and whereby there was scholarship to travel around, to do a lot of things. Why is it not now? You can't answer. You just give them, silly excuses of corruption, corruption, corruption. So what happened? My mates are in the government. My mates are the people who are there now. Some of us, we have a generation who have been there, who are there, and who are still going to be there. So they blame it on yours. And yes, what can we do to improve this situation? I don't want a situation where we blame the colonial masters, we blame the military, we keep blaming people. Let's blame ourselves that we are now there, we want to do something. What are we going to do? What are we doing? There is corruption, no doubt. There is infrastructure deficit, there's no doubt about that. The children in schools, they can't go to school, at the right time right now. Most of them have been kidnapped. Some of them are kidnapped, rather. And some of them who are in the university, they can't, in the public university, they can't go back for 7 months. So these are the problems that most parents cannot explain what this independence is all about, and is a problem right now. So we have to look at it and guard against it. What can we do to prevent some of these problems, so prevent some of these issues, so that 2023 will lead us ahead of what catastrophe we are coming from or we have in the past. So we are looking at this as an opportunity to lead us, to prepare us. And what I've not seen is the fact that what is the ideology that is driving us? Do we have the ideology that is driving us? I know in the past, when you have some of these political organizations like Action Group and PCA and all these other, Awolowo came up with the fact that, listen, I want to give free education, and this is what we are going to have. I want to give free health. This is what we are going to do. But right now, I just said, I will do it. What are you going to do better than what we have right now? What are you going to do that will make people trust you? We speak too much grammar. We are importing not only ideologies that will not work. The Constitution will say we want this kind of American style of you have two houses, the House of Rep and the Senate, and then what is going on there? Sometimes you even see the employees of these two houses saying they are going on strike because they've not been paid. We don't know how much the president earns. We don't know how much the senators are earning. We don't know how much. These things are not transparent. So how can we continue to live under this kind of government? It's an issue.
But Mr. Femi Dagoro, now we're looking at Nigeria, being a 62-year-old country.
Yes.
You talked about if you're 62-year-old, have gray hair.
Yes.
And, you're expecting your children to be growing up and getting married and all that.
Yes.
But some will say that, if you compare Nigeria to the other countries in the world. I mean, I want to mention names.
Just tell me any country.
Okay, maybe United States of America, for instance.
Yes.
Which is a leading democratic nation.
Yes.
All right, in the world. That we're just nascent. And, the term that is used, bandied about, is a democratic experiment.
Yes.
Especially when Obasanjo was president.
Yes.
The first...
For how long do you perform experiments if you're in the laboratory?
Is this still an experiment? And looking at... are we not being too hard on ourselves? Are we not being too hard on ourselves? I mean, look at how many years ago was it that the British left the country? Look at the Queen herself, who just died, lived through several generations. So we are still in it.
No.
People who experienced independence are still alive.
There should be a time frame for experiment. You can't be experimenting all this while and you still want to experiment in 2023.
But Mr. Femdagro, you are saying we are 62, but in country years.
Yes.
In country years. We might just be entering adolescence.
Listen,
years.
Let me tell you one thing. You want to look at it. The population of Nigeria in 1960 is not the same population we have right now, right? And then when you are looking at that and you want to say you want to experiment, how long do you want to experiment with over 200 million
all
people?
these countries that we refer to went through their processes.
Hold on a minute.
Rome was not built in a day.
Forget about it. No, Rome was not built in a day, but every day they continue to improve. Yes, if you say Rome was not built in a day, are you improving?
Are we not improving?
So we are improving, but
democratically, are we not improving?
Well, listen, every day you see one of the parties, somebody said, look, I didn't apply for any loan, house rent, why do you give me 28 million? Is that an improvement? And somebody is telling you now that, listen, I'm going to do something better than what they have been doing. What is it? Most of the things you are hearing is a campaign audacity. People will say things that they cannot fulfill. They don't even know. When they get there, they say, oh, I didn't know. So now we have to begin to look at it that we want to do something reasonable. We can't continue to experiment with the lives of the people. A spokesman of the campaign group said, look, the people are hungry. So if you know that the people are hungry and you've been there for 8 years, what have you done? What are you going to do better than what you've done before? So we have to begin to understand that. And if a political party says, look, I can do everything better, I can produce, we have to produce and produce. What do you want to produce? How do you produce? Because you need the machinery, and the machinery you need has to be imported. You cannot fire the central bank governor immediately. You have the power to do that. You cannot fire all the policemen. You need people. So you have to begin to understand it right now that there's a difficult challenge ahead. And no, don't let us carry these young people with a kind of illusion. Because most of the things people are saying, illusionary things. And that is what pains me. I see children, I see young graduates. We have done a bit. And that the young people are coming up, but the young people are seeing what is wrong. And so tendency is there that they will follow these wrong ideas as well. So let's begin to, why do we have to even be talking about state? Why do we have to be talking about religion? Why do we have to be talking about man to man or man and woman kind of government? So no, religion should not be an issue for us right now in 62 years. Do you think that's appropriate? We shouldn't be talking about ethnicity. I'm a Yoruba man. If I'm married from another state, I'm married from Kogi, does that make me to be a non-Yoruba person again? And you have the elders. The annoying thing about some of us is this: we have elders who are trying to, bring this unity amongst us.
Okay, but some say that Nigeria's democracy. I mean, we look at the promise, and the characters and the personalities that fought for democracy to return to Nigeria, in the days of Babangida, in the days of Abacha. And we can talk about Nadeko and the characters that were associated with Nadeko and the pro-democracy struggle as a whole. Some say that the characters that emerged, as governors and, at the executive level around the country, the House of Assemblies, Senate and the House of Representatives, were not the right persons, and that's why we got it wrong from 1999. That those who were meant to step in were not sure the military was going to stay in the barracks. They felt the military was going to come back and do what they did in 1992 or 1993. So are you of the same thought that the right persons stayed back and rather gave the opportunity to people who were not probably qualified and didn't really have the right mindset, and that's why we got it wrong from 1999 till date?
listen, if anybody is saying that the person's mind is biased, it's not sensitive to what is on ground. If people believe that, why don't you come out? Some people struggle, they suffered for this. And then you are now saying that, they're the right people, they're not coming, because some of the people, they were afraid. And they ran away and they didn't come back again.
Intellectuals, pro-democracy activists.
Yes, but some people stayed behind and they came in. And these intellectuals, they were waiting for their time. Who will give you that time? If I am in the country and I fought for something and I'm sitting down to have the fun with what I fought for, will you tell me that I have to get out of the place?
I've met a lot of persons who say, see, I even bought the form for one tout in my community.
Right.
I told him to go and run the election. I even paid for him.
Right.
Because I didn't feel that this democracy will last.
That's your feeling. If somebody feels democracy will not last and is now complaining that, oh, I should have waited, I should have seen this happen, the person is not having a right mind. You have to be positive to understand it. Politics is not for everybody. To be in a political position, I might be talking today. I may not want to be a councillor. I may not want to be a governor. But that does not mean that I cannot express myself about the governance, and that does not mean I cannot support whom I feel is good to be there. But to say that, oh, the right people, who are the right people? The first thing I know is that...
But because look at the results we've had since 99.
It's because most of us...
That's why you're here. So if the right persons were in governance...
Who are the right person?
In politics, yes. We probably would not be here complaining.
Will you say Trump was the right guy when he came in there?
I'm talking about Nigeria.
Yes, because you said we took this thing from America. We are comparing. I said, give me a country. You said America, for instance. Was Trump the right person when he came in there? Now that we have seen what has happened, will you say when Natasha was there, she was the right person in UK? Will you say, but you can say in Germany, was Angela Merkel, was she the right person there? Because she still lives in her flat where she stays. She still washes her clothes with them. So now what I'm saying is this. Why don't we check the backgrounds of these people? Why don't you begin to say, listen, now that we have learned a mistake, we have learned a lesson from this, we have seen the mistake, why don't you say, listen, the candidates, Atiku, can you tell us what you have paid? Taxes. Can you give us your tax return? Can you tell us, Ashwaju, what's your tax return? Obi and Kwakwanzo and lots of them. It is not just about showing us your medical record. If the Constitution allows that, the Constitution says that even the bank directors, the bank staff, they have to declare their asset. Have they been declaring their assets? So when you don't compel the people to declare their asset and they take us for a ride, so how do we now say no? It's we, the citizens, we have the problem with ourselves. We don't ask the right questions. They are coming again with these same promises. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But how much have they been paying for taxes?
Okay.
We have to ask questions, and that is the problem. It's not now. It is difficult. I tell you what. I can understand that it's difficult to buy the form. Who is that person that has a genuine person? Where is he going to get 100 million? Where is he going to get 100 million to pay? So we have not. All of us cannot be president at the same time, but we have to begin to look at it. Let's start from the local level, and that is the issue.
So we're able to look at some of the issues. I mean, it's a good time for us to reflect as 62, and we are a federal system.
Right.
It's a federal republic of Nigeria with a multi-party system, and that's why we have several political parties with two houses. So you have the upper house and the lower house.
That's right.
And do you think that the problem lies with the system that we're practicing? Because some people have been calling for us to go back to regional government.
Yes.
1963 or thereabout. Right. And that would be the solution. So my question to you now is, do you think that the system that we're practicing with multi-party system, what have you think is the problem? What exactly is
I think it's part of the problem. No one can specifically say that this is just a major problem. In my own opinion, it's part of the problem because it's too elaborate. We don't even know those who are there. Listen, if you look at other paper, you will see that some people just go in there, they just slip off.
Some don't even go.
Some don't even go. But if there's an issue that they are going to do something or whatever, president is coming, everybody will rush to that
something
place.
that they have to benefit from.
Yes, they'll go there. Yeah. In the first instance, why do we have to give these guys the constituency allowance? It is not the duty of a senator or a rep to take money to his constituency and start distributing second-hand machine or whatever they distribute. You have to make laws.
That's what I'm talking about, caliber of persons who got the
but
forms
I think that
in
it would be
98
okay
to step in 99.
Kofi, I think it would be okay for him to, let's talk about the issue of
Yes.
the system of governance that we practice.
The system is faulty, really faulty. We don't even know how much we pay them. So it's faulty. If we go to the regional one, and it will enable people to understand how we share the government or the federal, from the federal bucket. It will enable us to know who gets what, how this is being shared. For now, it is not being shared well because we have so many agencies that we cannot even control. We have so many, that is why you see strikes going on. And that's why you begin to see that at the end of the day, people begin to tell you, listen, we are not doing the right thing. The system is faulty.
Okay, very quickly, please. Very
Yes.
quickly. We have an election coming up.
Right.
Will Nigeria get it right in 2023?
Nobody can promise you that. Nobody can promise you that because what I'm seeing the same people saying the same thing.
Not even anything different?
Nothing different. What is the difference in what they're saying? We have infrastructure problem. You are saying you will do it better. How will you do it better? We have not seen their programs.
But it seems to be a new wave.
A new wave. We are talking obedati, the obedience. Right. It's a good thing there's a new wave. A new wave has to come. In every society, we expect this kind of new wave. But even if they don't win the election, please, they shouldn't just stop there. And I want to tell you something. Even in America and all other places, you are saying that it is not just one election that will bring a new party or a new candidate into the government. I would have expected with this new wave, even if this new wave, I wish them well. If they don't get the presidency, let us have governors from the Labour Party. Not the governors that will get there and after 6 months, then they go to another party. We are jumping from one party to the other. And I think we should make it as part of our law that you cannot just be jumping from one place to the other. Like the man himself has jumped from Abga to PDP and from PDP now to Labour. So you see this is causing a lot of problems because people jump from one place to the other. That is not showing character. That is not showing principle. That is not showing ideology. What are they promoting? They are promoting the same thing. And that is why the young people are just looking at it. Let us just get
but it seems the Electoral Act is already, it seems to be addressing that to an extent, not totally. With, for instance, not Kwankwaso now, Shekarao, who says, I got the ticket on NNPP's platform. I'm leaving NNPP to join PDP because I can't see eye to eye Kwankwaso in Kano, and Atiku is courting me. And INEC saying, no, you are listing you as a candidate for NNPP.
The same thing with Lawan, who said, listen, somebody has already won the election and said, I want to get it.
Which used to happen before. So is the Electoral Act, are you confident that it will help us get it right this time?
If we continue, I repeat, consistency is just the key word there. We have to be consistent with what we have improved upon. We have improved. Even the infrastructure we're talking about, we have improved on infrastructure. We have improved on all these edges, all these corners. But are we going to be consistent? This is what people point out in Lagos State, that they have 25 years development plan and they are consistent on developing the plan. Look at the Third Mainland Bridge was not built by any politician. You continue to blame the military. They did something good as well that we're still upon. So what stops us from having this Fourth Mainland Bridge? What stops us from having the Second Niger Bridge that this government is completing soon?
All right, we have to go. It's I wish I had more time with you.
Right.
Yes, but we've spent quite some considerable time to talk about the important things. Nigeria at 62, politics and democracy. And Joe Femi Dagunro, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it, and happy October 1.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Joe Femi Dagunro is the founder of the Lagos Forum, and of course that brings us to the end of Independence Day special right here on PlusTvAfrica. It makes this being a thrill. Seeing you on a Saturday, we don't always see.
Yeah, it feels very strange.
Absolutely.
But it's great. I mean, thank you so much for being part of the show. We appreciate you, everyone that's, being part of the show. And if you missed out on it, it will be okay to join us on social media. We're at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. Now, the next show will come up. John and Helen, please stay with us.
The John and Helen show. Miss, what are your plans for today?
I don't know. I will just relax and celebrate.
You have to go out, go somewhere. I might go have dinner with the madam.
That's fine. Yes, I will definitely do something.
We just have to. But don't go to Admiralty, by the way, because the road just might be blocked. My name is Kofi Bartels, and we'll return on Monday.
And I am Messi Boko. Have a great day.
what I see that is happening, people are more enlightened now. So I think 2023 election will not be like the usual election we used to have. People are more enlightened, like I said. So people will want to vote. They will want to go and cast their votes wisely to the person that will come and alleviate us from all this wahala that we are facing. So that's how I see it in 2023. People will vote. They will want to vote for a candidate that will help to solve so many problems that is facing Nigeria now. Insecurity, lack of food, so many things, bedeviling the nation. So everybody will want to go out there to go and vote for the right candidate, somebody that they feel will be able to deliver Nigeria from all this mess.
The election is going to be somehow, would I say, tough, because you know we are having APC as a ruling party and we are having PDP as opponents. Actually, the third party or the other ones, maybe they are going to pull crowd. But from my own view, I'm not a politician. I've not been involved in all this kind of thing. But my opinion is that anybody that's going to win will win. How will I put it? It's going to win.
We have really trusted on our past leaders, and they have really disappointed us. So therefore, I'm not going to campaign for any party, but they should expect that the youth have woken up now and we are ready to vote this time around. So they should expect what they don't expect. It's not going to be the usual game ball.
How many people that have this PVC? The PVC is the license that guarantees you to vote. At the end of the election, it is the result that matters a lot. Whether there is hanky-panky or there is no hanky-panky, the result matters a lot. It is the degree that makes somebody to sit at that Aso Rock. So, and we are going to bend to that result.
Who I want to vote for? Say, out of the T people where they are gone. Say, understand? Say, Ebiloko, that I want to vote for. I don't want to start to talk there. Oh, yeah. Say, na Atiku you want to vote for. That one. Now you want to vote for. I be say, na Obi, waiting me there. Now you want like this. I don't expect anything for this country again. Because now the thing where our grandfather don't dey talk. It go better. See, up till now, I don't born one. This country never better. Since I die, why they why they inside my mommy womb? They don't dey talk say it go better. Up till now, I don't born now, it go better. Now you will not see the sing.
As Nigeria turns 62, we turn our attention to what we title a series of first in her sporting history. From football to boxing to athletics, we celebrate Nigeria's sporting pioneers. In football, the Super Eagles won its first AFCON title in 1980 after two consecutive third-place finishes in the 1976 and 1978 African Cup of Nations tournaments. This was also her first appearance in the final, and two goals from Wale Odegbami and Mohamed Lawal gave Nigeria a 3-0 win over Morocco. The Super Eagles of Nigeria took the world by storm at the 1994 FIFA World Cup in the United States, led by Dutch coach Clemens Westerhof, and playing an exciting brand of football. Nigeria went on to beat the likes of Bulgaria and Greece in the group stage to announce themselves on the world stage. One of the most iconic Nigerian photos ever is that of the late Rashidi Yekini holding the net after scoring Nigeria's first goal at the FIFA World Cup. With Nigeria already a respected name in football, Dutch coach put together a team made up of some of the players from the 1994 World Cup and a couple of other young players for the football event of the 1996 Olympic Games. Captained by a young Kanu Nwankwo, Nigeria went on to beat superpowers like Brazil and Argentina to win the gold medal in the football event of the Olympics. The Nigerian women's team Super Falcons also won the inaugural Women's African Cup of Nations in 1998 and are the most successful team with a record of 11 titles. In club football, Eyimba FC of Aba won Nigeria's first Champions League crown in the Continental CAF Champions League. In athletics, Nigeria's first ever track and field medal at the Olympics was won in Los Angeles when Innocent Ebunike ran a fantastic anchor leg in the men's 4x400 meters to gift the country a bronze medal behind the US and Great Britain at the 1984 Games. Multi-talented Chioma Ajunwa and her Olympic gold medal jump occupy a special place in Nigerian sporting history. She won the long jump gold medal at the 1996 Olympics, becoming the first Nigerian and first black African woman to win Olympic gold in a field event. Nigeria qualified for its first ever Winter Olympics in 2018 and featured Africa's first ever bobsled team. 3 US-based athletes, Sheun Adigun, Akoma Omeoga, and Ngozi Owumere, competed in the tournament that held in South Korea. The Nigerian Paralympic team made its debut at the 1992 Paralympic Games in Barcelona. Adeoye Ajibola won 2 gold medals in sprint, while Monde Emogawe obtained 1 in powerlifting. Tobi Amusan entered the 2022 World Athletics Championship as a medal contender after back-to-back 4th-place finishes. In the semi-final, she set a new world record of 12.12 seconds, becoming the first Nigerian world champion at the World Athletics Championships. We move on to boxing, where Richard Dick Tiger Ihetu was Nigeria's first world boxing champion when he won the world middleweight title in 1962 by beating Gene Fullmer. In 2008, Samuel Peter won Nigeria's first heavyweight title, beating Oleg Maskev by knockout in Mexico to win the WC belt. Both Israel Adesanya and Kamaru Usman are champions in the Ultimate Fighting Championship UFC. Israel Adesanya holds a 22-0 record and is the middleweight champion and a bona fide star of the franchise, while his compatriot Usman is Nigeria's first welterweight champion. In basketball, the national male basketball team, the Tigers, were the first African nation to ever qualify for the Summer Olympics through the FIBA World Olympic Qualifying Tournament, and this feat was achieved in 2012. The Tigers won their first ever FIBA Africa title in Tunisia in 2015. The women's national basketball team, also known as the Tigres, won their first AfroBasket in 2017 at Bamako, Mali. They are one of the most successful women's national teams on the African continent, being the current African champions, and have won the Women's AfroBasket Championship 3 times in a row. Odunayo Adekroye, a wrestler from Ondo State in Nigeria, became the first ever African and by extension Nigerian female wrestler to win a medal at the World Wrestling Championship event in Paris in 2017. The 26-year-old had in 2014 won gold at the Commonwealth Games. Nigeria's Wellington Jigere won the Scrabble World title triumph in 2015 and in the process became the first African player to be crowned World Scrabble Champion. That concludes our series of firsts, and as ever, we eagerly anticipate more sporting pioneers emerging from our great nation.
top-ranking Nigerians, wearing their finest robes, watched in dignified silence as the climax of Independence Day was reached. In handing over the documents to the Federal Prime Minister, Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Her Royal Highness handed over sovereignty to a new nation.
Political environment in Nigeria has featured severe contestations among the country's diverse ethnic groups. The country's full set of political parties was formed in 1959, shortly before independence. In 2020, the nation's election umpire, INEC, succeeded in reducing the political parties from 92 to 18. Currently, there are two major political parties, the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, and its opposition, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. However, other parties like the Labour Party and others are beginning to make waves contending for recognition. Established parties have more seats in the National Assembly than smaller parties.
The ruling party and the main opposition party do not have much of a stronghold or influence on the minds of people as they used to. They are now alternative parties that people are considering voting for.
The political terrain today is said to be controlled by desperate politicians whose only goal is to prepare the ground for the nation's treasury and commonwealth. As the nation moves into another election year, there seems to be an awakening to change the tide in favor of the people through the ballot.
We're seeing the signs of dramatic shifts in orientation, in public consciousness, and in participation, particularly by groups that were previously inactive. So we have seen people channel and transform previous grievances into opportunities for political participation.
The major factor that I see, and which makes me conclude that 2023 elections will be radically different from the previous ones, is that there is an active participation of young Nigerians, okay? Not just in support of any candidate, but in the political discourse, in trying to set the agenda for the political.
Hello and welcome. Well, I hope your morning has been up to a good start, especially with the conversations on the breakfast show this morning with Adebayo Oluwake and Professor Ndubisi Nwokoma.
Well, it has been 62 years since the British withdrew from Nigeria. It has been 62 years of interesting times, we can say. Now the question is, have we grown? John, what do you think? Have we grown?
Ask me, have we grown? I'm 63. Nigeria is 62.
Okay.
So I think I've been on the journey with Nigeria for long enough to know that we've transited from several structures that we may ask ourselves, can we sustain those structures? We've moved from civil, we've moved from independence, broken away from the dependence on the colonial masters, to independence, to civil rule, to civil war, to military rule, to politics and all of that. And the transitions have been several, and it's impacted our lives.
Another question I would ask you.
Can we sustain the old structure?
Well, can we? That is a big question.
Yes.
You know, because if we see where we are now, after 62 years, the question is, maybe we would have been better off if we didn't disengage, if we didn't agitate for self-rule.
Don't shake that table, Helen. Because you see, life itself is about changes.
Okay.
You know, you cannot use the structures of
the colonial
hundreds
masters.
of years. Even our DNA changes with time. So we need to adapt. you know, and we need to, you know, we need to look at what is coming. What are the things we have ahead? What are we focusing on? And adjust our structure.
Okay.
We need to restructure. The emphasis there on re. We need to restructure ourselves, restructure our minds, refocus, and reposition Nigeria.
All right, John. Except that almost every day I hear the good old days.
Yes.
Which means that it used to be better.
Of course, it used to be better. But it hasn't been a bed of roses. We fought our wars. We've bled. And the dangerous thing is that maybe the younger ones have not been told the stories.
Okay, we'll get into all of that as the show
that.
unfolds, won't we?
We'll get into that.
All right.
Well, today the conversation continues on leadership challenges in Nigeria. Why can't we get it right? We keep blaming everyone for our challenges except ourselves. And we will have a leadership and culture expert join us, and we'll be talking about the Japa season. Okay. Everybody knows someone who has relocated or will be relocating. But what are the realities of this dream? And what is happening to the Nigerian dream?
Wow, Nigerian dream, in quote. Is there one? Is there a Nigerian dream? We will try to also answer that today. Now, digital disruption is completely rewriting the business rule book, and those that don't stay ahead will definitely struggle to catch up with the more agile rivals. Now, technologies are transforming companies across all industries, from healthcare and entertainment to transportation and manufacturing, you can name it. We will be also on today's show focusing on our technology and find out how well it has changed the face of finance in Nigeria.
Yeah, you will agree with me that today's show is packed. Stay with us.
Okay, it's a special day for every Nigerian, both home and abroad. So we say thank you for staying with us and watching us on this very, very unique and special day. You are watching Today with John and Helen on PlusTvAfrica. And by the way, my name is Helen Ongma Odeleye. Now, the African continent is still facing serious challenges of development, regardless of leadership changes. Now, dependency in Africa introduced corruption, it introduced fraud, underdeveloped infrastructure, poor leadership, and unsustainable development, and a lot more. Now, underdevelopment in Africa is mostly caused by the type of leaders that are elected to take leadership positions. Why do we have a leadership challenge? And how can we overcome it? That's the crux of today's show. And to give an insight to this is Dr. Taiwo Ojo, the Chief Executive Officer of Kish Global Consultants. Their core business competencies lie in the areas of leadership, culture, research, analytics, and strategy. Now, Taiwo is a leadership consultant. He's a teacher, he's an author, he's a researcher, he's a political strategist, and an emerging market specialist. I was reading his CV and I'm like, wow. And he's right here with us in the studio. Happy Independence, Mr. Taiwo.
Thank you, Ellen and John, for having me. Happy Independence to Nigeria. 62 years, like a baby.
Yes.
The baby that is still crawling, that hasn't fulfilled its potentials yet.
Yeah.
Why the reason? Identity, self.
Wow.
Nigeria not alone.
Me, myself,
Africa.
and I.
All of us. Self.
Self.
That is the bane of not Nigeria, of the people of color, whether in the Caribbean, in Canada, in Australia, anywhere you see people of color. Self. serve.
Okay, Dr.
Wow.
Taiwo, let me at least welcome you.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Let me welcome you. Because, I mean, for me, it's a singular honor to have someone like you with us today.
Pleasure.
We know that you'll be able to help us to unravel a lot of the confusion
so many issues.
that we have in
Is it
our
confusion?
heads,
Is that
you
an
know.
opportunity?
Now, okay, let's dive into it, like I always say. You know, the basic rules for leadership, okay, as we know it, are universal. This is a presumption.
Sure.
Okay? Now, however, we never seem to be getting it right in the eyes of many. What really is the problem? What
You
are
know,
the challenges?
once again, thank you for having me. Leadership is a broad word. You know, when you see people talking about leadership, the focus is predominantly on the leader, the person leading them. But followership too is key. You get the type of leader from who you are. You know, when you look at Nigeria, look at our leadership process since independence. You know, I just want to take us back as a student of history. Look at the First Republic. You know, British colonized so many countries in Africa. It's only Nigeria that is practicing presidential system of government as I speak. Whether from South Africa, from India, the largest democracy, from Pakistan, from Kenya, they are all practicing parliamentary form of government. And why parliamentary form of government? It promotes intellect. You know, you engage in discussions. You reach out, you talk to people, not to shout them down. You know, leadership is simply about service. You influencing people to achieve a specific goal. If you are leading people and they are not making any progress, you are not leading them. You know, and that is the bane that we are today in Nigeria. Not only Nigeria, there are challenges everywhere. When you look at countries across now, you notice that there's a trait that is common to all of them. They are all selecting women as their leaders. You know the reason? Because women make things happen. They get things done. But because in Africa, because of our culture, you know, the masculine culture that, you know, women must be put somewhere, maybe because of religious beliefs or ignorance or so many things.
Okay, we'll get to the issue of women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Because
I know it's tough.
I want us to treat that.
Yes, I know it's tough, you know. So, leadership is broad, but the basic reason why you are given an opportunity to lead is to serve.
Okay. So, that is what you think
is the serve. Service is not for you. You need to be other-centric.
Okay.
For the collective good of the people.
So that's
not for you.
That's
not for
the
yourself.
main challenge.
That's the main challenge that we have
That's
now.
the main challenge that we have. So we'll use that as
so the parliamentary system provides an opportunity for that
to grow, because you engage. When you are selected as an MP from your constituency, they call it MP, but in Nigeria we call it House of Rep member. They are closer to the people than the senators. Because most senators are detached. They don't know what happened. It's too big. But the rep, they are closer to the people. So the rep, some of them will be ministers. So you are not getting people from everywhere. It's your people, it's your cabinet, it's your team. So all of you have owned responsibility to win or to fail.
Okay.
So that is the advantage of having a parliamentary system of government.
All right. So following that quickly, as Nigerians, we are simply being sentimental, or can I say, are we simply being sentimental in our judgment of good leadership? I mean, when we try to define what it is, and we're saying our issues are mainly...
You know, you just brought the word sentiment. Sentiment is emotions. You know, there's something they call trust factor. We always bring sentiments as human beings, because human beings are driven by emotions. But from our own perspective as Africans, as Nigerians, we are being driven by our religious or ethnic belief, which you can't eradicate. Even if you go to Switzerland today, the country that is solely driven by trust. You know, I was privileged to be there last year for a conference in Geneva. They have different cantons, they're like Nigeria, but they rotate and everybody is fine. The structure is intact. Our structure is a problem. It's centralized, like a military system, dictating order. Look at, for example, look at the Southwest, look at the Southeast, look at the Northern region. Look at the pace of their development for 6 years. And look at the pace of their development from 66 to date. They've not moved anywhere. Because we are not ready to face the reality. We are not ready to say the truth to ourselves.
Doctor, you see, what you've simply done is to agree that we are ruled by sentiment.
It's based on emotion.
Okay, we are ruled by sentiments. Now, in a country such as ours, with diverse cultures, ethnic groups, whatever, geographic, you know, and we're swayed by all of these sentiments. How can we choose the cap that fits?
The cap that fits. You know, the first question I want to put out, politicians, you know, we always look at politicians, you know. In politics, we have several typologies. Politicians is one of those 8 typologies. You have the media, you shape, you have those lawyers, you have the defenders, you have the human rights, you know, they're defenders. You have the godfather that puts money to sponsor a candidate. Because you only have access to leadership through sponsorship. You want to contest for a leader. So our focus basically is on the politician. Politician is just one of the 8 typologies of politics. But politician makes those things happen. Because policies, they shape policies to implement. So for example, we are looking at the ASU strike. I teach part-time in Unila Business School. And I'm not happy, you know, because I look at the way they've treated our lecturers for years. It's not only welfare. They research the environment, the condition. They don't do conference. They don't write books. And most often, I ponder. You know, people will say there are, you know, so many things. It's a system that started in the 80s. Also, I've been on this journey for over 40 years.
Yeah.
Using the same style. But you are using the same style, you get the same results? No.
Okay.
So what do? You need flexibility. The universities need autonomy. You need to generate your fund. Run it like a business.
Okay.
Universities in America, in the UK, in the Western world, they are expensive. So there are things for people to take student loan, to take grants, to go there. It's primary, secondary that are basically free.
So in choosing the leader that this cap fits, that would be able to take care of ASU issues, education, and all the other areas, where, so how do we choose that leader?
You know, the first thing we have to look at I don't want to talk about, because what we practice in Africa, especially in Nigeria, is electocracy. We just do election every 4-8 years. It does not solve anybody's problem. It gives us hope, and your hope is dashed. Because the basic foundation, you have not done it.
Okay.
Do you need a leader that is visionary? Okay. What is our dream as a people? What are we going to achieve in the next 10, 20 years? Being a strategic people. These are those things we want to do. How can a zone help another zone? Don't look at a zone as a parasite. Because the essence of our living is collectivity. Collective good of all. That is the essence of leadership. For you to be in position to serve for the benefit of all.
Everyone.
Sometimes at your own detriment as their leader.
Thank you. All right. Whether we'll be able to find such a person is another. Now, do you sometimes get a feeling that we may be too large, you know, as a unit to be led by just one set, you know, of people? The presidency, the House of Assembly, the Senate, and because you talked about the local government setting.
We're not large.
They're there, but they're not impacting.
They've been disconnected from the people because it's a military constitution. When a local government official is there, he's under pressure. Okay. So many people call him for money, it's a tough call. Sometimes you can't sit down and be blaming them. It's when you get to where they are sitting that you know the challenges that they face. The basic issue is the poverty. And thank God for democracy in 1999. Sometimes we can't be complaining and lamenting. We are moving. It might not be what we hope that we will achieve. But towards 2023, one thing I want to give people as a strategist, as a leadership, look at someone that can shape your life in the next 10 years. Because if you are 50 years old, it's what you did 30 years that will show at 50. Okay. If you have 60 now, it's what you are doing that will show at 80. You can't plant an orange and want to reap a mango. It is not done. So what we need to look at, because there are challenges everywhere.
There are always challenges.
Challenges anywhere you see human being. We must create challenges.
As a matter of fact, not just human beings. Anywhere you see Nigerians, there are challenges. Because I'll tell you that some people will argue that this country is very difficult to lead or to rule.
Nigeria is very complex.
And you see, it leads me to the next question, which is, you see, the person we have to have at the helm of affairs has to be a very strong
assertive leader.
You know, there's always an element of power, you know, displayed in leadership.
Someone like a mad person. Gets it done.
Is leadership by might or by power?
Leadership is not by might. Leadership is not by power. During the Hitler days, it could be by might. During the Winston Churchill, you know, you could dictate like our friend Putin is doing, but you don't get anything done by coercing and forcing people.
Oh, you need iron fist.
We call it hard power. What we need in Nigeria is to get someone that has smart power. Smart power is a combination of hard and soft. You use hard, and you also appeal to them, you know, demonstrating a sense of empathy. Because empathy and the love is our problem. You know, I was talking to some of my students sometimes back. In February 23rd, when the Russian war started, I said, I miss Angela Merkel. You know, the German chancellor, the Iron Lady. If Angela Merkel is still the chancellor of Germany, Putin wouldn't have gone for war. Because it's ego. Human beings, especially men, we are driven by ego. The ASU issue is about ego. Nobody wants to shift ground. And when you don't shift ground, you destroy those things that you have built. So, you can't eradicate challenges. But what I just want to inform Nigeria, especially today that we are doing 62th anniversary, we must not give up. We must not lose hope. You must never give up. We are going somewhere. We just need someone that is visionary, that can cast that vision. All of us, let us come together. Where are we going to be in the next 20 years? Where are we going to be in the next 30 years?
That's right.
How do we get there? That's right. And we must move from the talking, because we do a lot of talking here. We don't do. We need to move from talking to doing. It's the doing that is the most important thing. You can call people to speak grammar, but are you accomplishing those things that you are speaking about? Do you evaluate those things? Are you measuring your performance? So like you said, Nigeria is not big. India is over 1 billion people. India is doing well. They have their own challenges. What we just need to do, as you said, is to relearn, rethink, recalibrate, reset,
and reposition.
COVID came in to reset, but we have refused to accept.
Okay. All right. You see, while you were talking, it's so many things you said. We need to unite. We need a leader who would, you know what the various groups of people need, and sometimes at his own displeasure and
the sacrifice.
And you know, at different times, people are saying, "Please, let's go our different ways." Some people are saying, "Well, we can still continue to stay together." I remember the Minister of Information and Culture said, when a lot of people were asking, what are we celebrating? Every year is the same thing. The church service, the Jumat service, the parade, presidents. And where has this taken us? Is this what we need? And so people are talking of, let's come together. So please give us 5 basic traits and qualities of a good leader as we look forward to 2023.
Thank you, Welling, for that brilliant question. You know, one of my teachers, Peter Norhaus, you know, in his leadership book, you know, the title is Leadership Theory. Any student of leadership in the Anglo culture, UK, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa will understand. You know, he gave us, there are so many traits of leadership, but he gave us 5 basic that you need. The first one that you need to have a self-confident leader. You know, sometimes in your insecurity and vulnerability, you are flesh. You will make mistake. You know, if I take us back to the Holy Book, I'm a faith person. You know, you know, when I started, I spoke about the word self. Self, destructive self. The only two people that use that word in the Holy Bible, if you go to Quran too, you see there, the only two people that use that word is Lucifer, when he said, I, 5 times. If you come to the New Testament too, in Matthew, there was a man called the rich fool. He's rich, but he's a fool. When you focus on yourself, you can't do anything. So the first trait is self-confidence.
Yeah.
You need to be self-confident, believe in yourself before you tell other people to believe in you.
Okay. So number 2.
Number 2, you need to be determined. You know, some people call it zeal, some people call it determination. You need to be determined.
Okay.
You need to be determined.
Number 3.
The third one, which is very, you might not, you know, some people make mention of it, some say they have it, but you can't say you have it. It's the people that you deal with that will tell people that you have it. We call it integrity.
Integrity,
But if I now break it down, you know, integrity is one of those trust factors. How do people see you?
Your
credibility.
Where are you coming from?
Your word.
Okay.
Is your word reliable? Can you speak and people believe in you?
Number 4.
What is your motive? Number 4, sociability. And we have that strength as a people in Africa. We are very clannish. You know, like I said in my Igbo comment, Umbutu, we are very clannish. We are social. So a leader needs to balance relationships.
Okay, and finally,
you know, there are many, but and finally, okay, let me get one that, because of the time that we are in now, you need to have empathy.
Great. You need to have empathy.
That one is lacking in the room for a very long time. Because you are not putting yourself, it's different from sympathy. Empathy is for you to put yourself in the position that person is, so that you can feel what he or she is going through.
Excellent.
Leadership is all about empathy.
Okay. Wow. You see, we're running out of time.
We are.
And actually, there was something I wanted to talk about. Yeah. You know, this issue of, we can't have this discussion without mentioning the youth and even the women.
The women, yeah.
First
marginalization.
First it was the women, now it's the youth. Yeah. You know, they feel marginalized. Do you think either of them is ready to take on this matter?
The way the system is wired now, I know the youth are being awakened. You know, they are waking up now, but the end, I might not be able to predict. Because sometimes emotion drives you to do so many things, but you might not be able to see it through. But the youth, they are very important. The people between the age 17 and 25, you know, they were all born in the maybe 99. The way they think is quite different from the way we in our generation thinks. You understand? When we went to unity schools in the 80s and early 90s, life, everybody was contented. There was no technology, there was no social media. Life is there. But now, technology is
so they are more involved.
We must encourage our youth to take the mantle, because the way the thing is going now, every society, the youth must shape you.
We must bring more women.
More women, more youth, more women, more youth. Actually, populate with more women.
Okay.
Our problem will be solved.
Final word. What advice would you give us now as Nigerians as we itch towards elections?
You know, like when we were discussing earlier on, I don't engage in politics, but one thing I want to advise people as we inch towards 2023. 2023 is just a set date.
Okay.
The events that will happen between now and February, those are the most important thing. We need to be cautious. We need to speak unity, and we need to demonstrate love. During the campaign, focus on issues. Emotions will be aroused, but focus on issues, because the most important thing is we need to have a country. We need to have a, no matter where you are in the world, you're home. You are third class, fourth class, fifth class citizen. I don't know where you belong, but you come from somewhere. Your identity is very key. So we must come in, fix our problem collectively, and make it better for all of us.
Dr. Taiwo Ojo, honestly, it's felt like just 5 minutes. And do you know that we've run out of time?
Thanks for the invitation.
You know, really, I want to thank you for your time. You know, we look forward to having you again.
Yeah. Because
yes,
talking about the challenges and the solutions towards Nigeria is not something
I don't like to focus on challenges.
I
don't want to focus on challenges. I want to focus on the opportunities.
Solutions and the opportunities.
Because when you focus on challenges, you don't move.
Okay. So thank you once again for being here, and happy independence.
Same to you. Happy Independence, Nigeria.
So we'll take a quick break, yeah?
Okay, so we'll take a quick break. Don and I set that together and find out from Nigerians what they think about the independence and if they can sing the second stanza of our national anthem. Stay with us. This should be fun.
Thank you for having me. It's short, but...
O God of creation.
O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and true, and so on and so forth.
O God of creation, direct our noble past, guide thou our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in all circumstances to grow and lead in just and truth, great lofty heights attained, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and... I think that's...
O God of creation, that rise our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our use that truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and lead in just and truth, great lofty height and till to be the nation where peace and justice shall reign.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
The Independence Day usually comes with a multiplicity of reactions from Nigerians. PlusTvAfrica took to the streets to get reactions on their dream Nigeria.
Then we did that place will be the president, may they help us. Try, may they make things easy for us.
We want the country to be improved, to create jobs, and people that do not have job, let them have jobs so that no stealing, no corruption. All those people who used to beg, so we want to abandon all those things for Nigeria so that we want Nigeria to look like small London.
If to say work day, if you come meet person say, mo go do bad, you go say, I will get work, I no go fit do bad.
Our president, Muhammad Buhari, you have to take an absolute action about what is happening in Nigeria. We have to go through deep into it. Nigeria is supposed to change. It's not like it's not supposed to Nigeria. When you call Nigeria, it's not supposed to be like this.
I want this Nigeria to be good so that everybody will enjoy it. I want the leaders so that they think about the poor men, they think about the common man, so that when the country is good, everybody will hear us. Other foreign countries would like to come to here and do business.
Let the government know that Nigeria is a better place for us to stay. Let the government, let them be shoveled. In fact, the whole system should be touched.
There is no picture, and we need to come up with a picture. If we can come up with a picture, then the future of Nigeria can turn green again.
Our leaders knows how we were before and the way we are coming till today. If it will go like that, I'll be very happy. I think it's my own country also. I will benefit, them too will benefit.
that should create a better future for the youth. A better future that maybe tomorrow our children, they will say, yes, this is the kind of country they like to grow up in.
All right, my name is John Sanaya, and with
I'm
me...
Helen Ongma Odeleye.
Yes.
Now, can you sing the national anthem? John, can you?
I think I can.
Can you sing the second stanza?
I think I should.
Okay, let's hear you now. 1, 2, 3, go.
Helen, don't throw me under the bus.
You said you can. We just talked about integrity.
Yes.
What you say you should be able to do.
Yes.
So go ahead.
Why are you keep putting me at test?
Wow.
Do you doubt
Okay, let's indulge.
So I'm sure that a lot of us out there can sing the second stanza of the national anthem. Forget that Helen is trying to put me to test.
I'm trying to put the words two together. Maybe
Yes.
I can beat you to it. But do I have that confidence?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. So we'll move on. We'll leave it to the audience. Okay.
Okay. So the number of passports that are issued by the Nigerian Immigration Service rose by 38% between 2020 and 2021, John.
Yeah.
And this is according to the Punch, and it is no other reason than the fact that a lot of Nigerians are relocating. They are jackpying. You know, the Andrews are just going left, right, and center. But what are the realities of relocating? Joining us today is Oluwatoyin Oshinaike, who is a seasoned HR, that's human relations professional. Resource professional, thank you, John, with a career spanning over 18 years that cuts across the finance and the human resource functions within the oil and gas, transportation, fabrication, heavy equipment, and power generation industries, and so much more, John.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, many Nigerian professionals with high-paying jobs are poised to swell the ranks of those who have left the country in search of safety. But there are many realities of settling in a new country.
Wow.
Well, we're going to ask our guest.
Yeah.
Toyin, can you share with us your experience?
First of all, Toyin,
First,
hello.
You know.
And thank you for joining the show.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you share with us your experience, you know, and why did you relocate in the first place?
Okay. When people ask me this, I think it's better to also share my story a bit so that, you know, we can get some history and then put it in perspective and be able to understand why, just like you said, some of us that are considered to be professionals and well paid are actually relocating. Okay, in 2003, I had just started working for about 3 years, 2003, 2004. I just started working for about 3 years then. And, you know, around that time too, there were quite a couple of people, young people that were relocating. I think that was when the UK had the HSMP program, highly skilled, I think, migrant program, they called it. So I had the opportunity. I wasn't interested, really. I wasn't. In fact, when people mentioned it, what I said was, I don't think I'm ready to go to another country to start all over again. You know, I'm okay with Nigeria. I don't mind going visiting and coming back. And I remember that they talked me into it. I eventually started the process. I'd even sent quite a huge amount of money back then to a lawyer in the UK to start the process for me. Because when they looked at my profile, they said, yes, it would be very easy to process it for me. So I started the process. But you know, when something is just not what you feel is the right thing for you at that time, I just called them back. I said, please return my pounds. I don't think I'm interested. I'm not interested in this. This is not what is on my plan for myself at this point in time. So my money was returned back to me, and I just, shelved the idea of relocating. Said, I'm good where I am, I'm fine.
So
and
what was the
after
push?
I started,
What was the push? What was it that got you there eventually?
Eventually, coming to years down the line, when you start having children, then things get worse within the country, and then everything gets to me. That's when I knew it was, when you see something, you're like, oh God, what's happening again? Oh God. And I knew that I needed to take a break and leave. I knew I needed to. We tried the process, just like I said. Yes, this was 20. I started thinking about it again 2018. That was about 15 years down the line. You can imagine. I started thinking about it again. And then I was just like, I think it's better I leave. But it didn't come through at that time as well, because I just left last year.
Okay.
It didn't come through at that time. Then last year, my husband was like, he would like to do a master's program and he wanted to do it in the UK. UK was not, I didn't even think about the UK when we started considering it again. So he said he wanted to, and I said, okay, if you want to, then I think I'm tired, let's leave. He said no, that he would do it just a year, then come back. I said, no, we're all living together. At this point in time, I think I need my mental health needs a break. Okay. So please, let's leave Nigeria at this point in time. So that's why I left.
Okay.
My own story.
Okay. So many factors.
Yes.
So many factors.
I even want to ask, because so many of us are so focused on leaving that we forget about the little things that may come with it. Now, could you educate us? Did you have to learn any new skills in the UK, like when you arrived?
I'll say yes and no. And why did I say that? I've been working since early this year. And what I'm doing is along the HR profession with in another setting, but still HR. But what I also started doing was when I got here, I discovered that the digital skills were quite in demand. And there was an opportunity to do business analysis. And I am already a certified project manager. I've been certified 10 years ago. And I put that to use when working and doing projects in HR. So I just thought to myself, being a business analyst, it's not a bad idea, considering that I'm already certified as a project manager, and then the things I do as well are along that line. So that's how I started. Right now, I'm doing a training. I've finished the training about a month ago, and now we're working on a project as a business analyst.
Yes. All right, we're celebrating the anniversary of Nigeria at 62, and right up to this moment, there are several young people, women at whatever age, who still think that getting out of Nigeria is the ultimate for them. Now, when you got there, kindly let us know what the culture shocks that you found and how did you adjust to them?
Okay. For me, it wasn't much of a culture shock because I travel a lot, and then I worked in multinational. Twice I've worked in a multinational company. So the culture shock wasn't much for me. But from experiences, people that I've seen, one is the popular one we all say you always have that experience of missing a bus stop because you're not used to, there's no conductor shouting Oyinbo or Balinde or something.
Wow.
So that is the first, that is very common. There's hardly anybody that hasn't experienced. So you miss your bus stop. Then the walking. There's no Okada. You can't call Okada and Okada comes. There's no Okada. That's one. Then as well, so we are Nigerians, naturally Africans, we're set of family people. We are people that, bond with your neighbors. This person knows what's going on in the other person's place. Can my children stay with you? Or what's happening? That you can't do that here.
Okay.
Except even if you have another Nigerian here, that person is struggling, adjusting maybe 2 jobs or something, so that you feel that camaraderie, that bond that usually Nigerians have. That is one thing as well for a lot of people, and especially for those that come as singles. That might be a challenge, because for those that have families, to have your family, the bonding, the children and all that. Yeah. Then also as well, that experience of, drop your children somewhere and then go, no, or leave the children in the house and go out. You dare not try that. So those are the things that a lot of Nigerians come here and they find it, shocking. Then another thing as well, I say more like a joke, here, a lot of them, are into pets. And so you have the dogs, you have the cats and all that. And then our Nigerian setting where you see a cat, a black cat especially in the night, and you start shouting, you start praying, fire, fire, fire. I tell my husband that a lot of Nigerians, when they get it, they will pray fire, fire, fire. before they get used to the fact that these are cats, that they're just pets to a lot of people here. So that's another shock as well. Because
Yes.
UK, and we have a lot of Nigerians in UK, the food, you can still get the food. You know, it might come at a price, but I still get to buy a lot of foodstuffs in Nigeria that I get in Nigeria, more at a price really. But I get to buy that, and then we eat Nigerian
They
food.
say that
But not
London is almost an extension of Nigeria.
of Nigeria. But you can't get the agbado, the corn, you know. You can't get by the roadside. You can't get the boili.
Okay. Now around here, the issue of racism is almost non-existent. But we know that out there, especially in Western world, racism ignites like, hey, it's so highly inflammable.
You stare at it on your face almost on a daily basis.
Yeah, it's a reality. Have you experienced it?
Interestingly, I haven't experienced it. When I read that and people say that, I'm like, I haven't experienced it.
Okay.
I haven't. And probably, I don't know, maybe I might not be the right person, probably because the people say they explained it here in UK, really, but I haven't. And the interesting thing is, I'm not even in London. I'm on one of the outskirts in the Midlands, West Midlands here in UK, and I haven't experienced it. And I've been to London a couple of times as well. I haven't experienced it.
Okay, the thing about jackpine, or just getting out there, like I said earlier on, for a lot of people is to live a better life. The greener pasture, the grass is greener at the other side. I don't know if you believe that is, and if you do or you do not, what would be your advice to anyone at this point in time who is just on that verge of jackpine? What would you say to that person?
Okay, just to take a cue from what you said, I usually tell people the grass is not always green on the other side. And even if it is, somebody somewhere is doing something to make it green. So some efforts have been put in, or at times it might even be a screensaver. That when you get there, it just disappears and the reality hits you in the face. For those that want to jackpot, the first thing is, you see, when I tell people when there's a will, there's a way. If you're sure that's what is right for you at this point in time, you would discover that whatever it takes, you would make sure it happens. Because you are convinced without any doubt that this is the next thing at this point in time for you. Having said that, we also have to be realistic as well. You get to, you're going to another country, it's a new life. You're starting all over again. I think that's the reality that a lot of people forget, especially for those of us that are, advanced in age and advanced career-wise, advanced, generally. So you're starting afresh. You're starting
So that mindset is important. That mind shift.
It is very important. Ellen, it is I can't overemphasize it. It's very important. You're starting all over again. And then you also have to be aware that if you have family as well, your children, you need to prepare them. We were lucky, our children were so excited about it. But some people find it hard to. And then also as well, some people get it here. And, the reality is that I'm not being chauffeur driven anymore. The salary is not hitting my account every month. I need to go out there and put in some effort. And because you're new on ground, you might not be able to get the job at the level you were at in Nigeria before leaving. That's another reality people have to face.
Okay.
You might need to work shifts. You might need to do. I was lucky I didn't have to do that, but you might need to do that. Okay. So it's better to prepare yourself. Then also as well, very key. I always tell people when they call me, have enough funds.
And you see, in all of this, Nigerian companies are the worst hit because, I'm not happy that someone like you has had to leave us here with all of your talents, all your brain and all of that, and work in the UK. And there are so many others like you, especially medical doctors, nurses, name them engineers, lawyers. Everybody is leaving. It's like a deluge out there. So what should Nigerian companies do, as so many of them are losing talent? I don't know if you're the right person to ask.
No, it's a valid question, because I am the right person to ask. But before I also decided to leave, I was head of HR, so we're faced with it as well.
Great.
In fact, you get some people, they will say they went on leave, and the next thing you get is a resignation letter from there. So you're running helter-skelter, to get to fill their roles. Well, yes, you're right. The companies are quite, one of the people that have been, or the establishments that have been hit the most. But what I would advise is this, which is what we usually say: train your people. Train them very well in such a way that they will not want to leave. Treat them well, that they will be good ambassadors for you. So even if they decide to leave tomorrow and they're working somewhere, and people are asking them, "Oh, I heard that you worked in a certain place. They're calling me, they're trying to interview me," you'll be able to say, "Please go for it. It's a good place."
Okay.
And then if they decide to stay with you and not japa, you have good hands to hold the system while you get a replacement.
Okay.
That is key for every organization.
Great.
Okay, as we get ready to say thank you so much for your time, I'd like to know, do you miss, in quote, home? Do you miss home? Do you miss Nigeria?
Oh, definitely I do, especially because my parents, both of them are still there. So I miss home. I miss home. I miss my siblings. Some of my siblings are there.
And you have us here too.
All right. So please do celebrate the green, white, green today. All right. Let your
Today's my
friends.
daughter's birthday.
Shout out to your daughter. Wow, 1st of October. Oh, that's good to know.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, and our love to the family.
Thank you for having me.
And we are still here. We are still here back at home. We have not jackpot.
And you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
much.
We will allow you get back to your Saturday morning now.
Exactly.
And enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay. All right. And so we'll take another break, and we will be right back. Please don't go away. This is Today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa.
If I say the United States of America, I mean there will be a lot of support from the United States of America compared to what we are facing from Britain today.
We are looking at the Britain that colonized Nigeria. By the time they are agitating for this independence, we are believing that it's going to be better. But you now look at it at we are just like a wasting of time. It could have been better if you are still under British. But all the effort of our pre-colonial master and all those who agitated for the independence is now like a waste.
I think if I wanted to prefer another country, no, I think Britain. Because when I check about all the colonizers, I don't like any one of them. Take, for instance, the French. They colonized so many countries. And most of these countries, especially in Africa, they still use the CFA till today. Their economy is low. We can look at Togo and Benin Republic, for example. Economy is very, very low. They don't even have a stable light. It is the electricity from the Republic is given by Nigeria. Togo is given by Ghana. So I still would prefer Britain.
First off is, if there's one main thing I would love to see in Nigeria right now, is the spirit of patriotism. Patriotism. Now, patriotism is not really about the feeling per se. It's about the identity, personal realization that I cannot steal. Like, for example, I heard this now, I want to throw it down. I've been holding it since Lekki Phase 1. No, I'm not throwing it down, not because anybody would beat me, but because there's this deep feeling. So if everybody begins to realize it impersonally, it'll go a long way. So I'm not stealing, not because they will beat me, but because I know it's wrong. So when we start having that kind of society, Nigeria is going to develop.
Change in leadership. If the leadership can do the right thing and the economy is very bad, you can see there's traffic everywhere, the roads are very bad, and everybody is just like doing their own thing.
Yeah, thanks for being there and welcome back. Now, the fintech ecosystem in Nigeria is largely comprised of businesses focused on mobile payments, digital banking, merchant solutions, and personal finance. including wealth tech. Now, overall, Nigeria has experienced a remarkable performance in the fintech markets in the past 12 months, marking an improvement from 2020. Now, how can we ensure that we experience the growth needed in this sector? Our guest is Fisayo Drojayi. He leads strategic finance at FinAccess, Africa's biggest software as a service software service provider. Okay. Prior to that, he was a venture capital investor, investing actively in different sectors and businesses across Africa. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you and hello.
Having me.
Great.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you, Fisayo, and well done.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
So
there are two things driving it, right? It's economics, and the second thing it's business environment. And I'll explain both. Okay. Economics, you can do pretty much little about that because the tech talents want to get more money for the same work he's doing, right? So if you require me to do the same work and I can move to the US and earn times 5 of what you're offering me today, I guess that takes that commission off your hands. However, the second biggest reason which I believe most people are leaving is not because of economics, because again, people can work remotely and maybe able to work for other companies and then earn the same thing. But people are leaving because they feel that I don't feel safe carrying my laptop around, right? I don't feel safe carrying, my devices around. I don't feel safe wearing dreads, for police not to harass me. I don't feel safe, in the country. So there's a lot more about structural issues. I can't do my work properly because while I'm doing the work, I go out. I'm here on this interview right now. I'm just hoping that, life stays the same. I've made provisions for backup either way, but these are things I have to deal with on a daily basis. So there are more structural issues happening as well, outside of just, the economics that people look out for, in doing that. So how do you do it, right? What people look out for is flexible working terms, right? Gone are the days where, some boss is breathing down some employee's face and then the employee cannot do anything about it. There are more opportunities around for everyone globally, right? So you need to create a good working environment. You have to pay competitive prices. Unfortunately, that's what we have to do, right? Because you're competing not with companies in Nigeria. You're competing with, for this same talent, with companies across the world, from India to the US to UK to Canada.
Yeah.
And of course, some of these people are also even doing visa provisions for some of this talent. Exactly. So you have to do everything within your power to ensure that, yes, you create the best working environment for your people, and then hopefully they will stay.
Of course, obviously, there's a lot happening in that sector. And this calls for the need for proper regulation. Now, in the midst of the positive outlook of the regulatory developments that we're seeing, there have also been some policies that have been viewed with apprehension by players in the Nigerian fintech market. Now, tell us about that.
Yeah, so I'll look back and say that I think the Central Bank of Nigeria has been given maybe less credit than it deserves in the evolution of fintech today, right? They've been particularly supportive, and maybe not overall for the banking sector or overall for the management of the macroeconomics, but specifically around technology and of course technology adoption. I believe the CBN has been particularly impressive in the way they've allowed innovation to take place. And what that thing only does for me is the fact that first it shows that all that the government needs to really do is to create an enabling environment and let the innovators do their work, and they will be fine. Create regulation around payment systems, Paystack shows up, Flutter shows up. Create regulation around digital banking, Kuda showed up, different other digital bank targeting different things showed up. Create regulation around POSs, Team Apps show up, Global Accelerators show up. Like, these are people that build their businesses on top of that regulatory, oversight that CBN has provided. I also recognize for a fact that some other regulators, so say for instance, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has been also thinking about ways to democratize, the investment landscape using technology. they have a lot of catching up to do, right? That needs to move into there. I guess where the CBN has gotten a knock in recent times is their management of cryptocurrency, right? And I get where the issue for the CBN is coming from, right? It's a new industry really. Many people don't understand it. Central banks around the world don't still understand it, right? So it's easy for any regulator to just take a hawkish approach. Okay, I'd rather ban this thing than allow it to disrupt the financial system, right? So that's where some of the places where the CBN has gotten a knock. But generally, I think that from every other part, right, they've done particularly well for the industry in terms of regulation.
Okay. Now let's look at the ease of accessibility to data, which is occasioned by open banking. And it has raised the issues of confidentiality and privacy. What can end users do, and what should fintech companies begin to do right away, to try and take us around this challenge?
Yes. So open banking is, I believe, the next phase of growth for banking, really. So what it means is that for a customer, for instance, I can decide to share my banking data, my transaction history, with anyone that I want to do it with my consent, right? And I think that's where the difference is, with my consent. I approve that you should share this information with someone else, right? Just that I am the one that give the consent to it. What that will do is that, so for instance, for example, today, I bank with one of the banks, one of the bigger banks, the orange one, right? They've had my history from university days, when my parents used to give me money, right? They know my parents give this guy money, 10K every month. So they saw that. They saw me as I graduated from university and I was jobless for 2 years. Like, this person's parents have stopped giving him money and he's not earning salary. They saw my first salary. Do you get? They saw my promotion. Okay, this person's salary has increased. Okay, it has increased again. They saw when I changed jobs. Right? So they have so much history that they can then decide, okay, I can profile this person because I know so much about him. And I have 10 years of his history. I have 20 years of his history. I can profile him properly for a loan. But on the contrary, the fintech companies that just started 2 years ago, they don't have that history, right? They don't know much about me. They just see that they issue me card, they don't start giving me loan based on that. It doesn't work. So what open banking does is that allows me to take down my history with the Orange Bank and share it with any company that I want to share it with, so that they can then profile me properly and then have a better banking relationship with them. And I think that what this does is that it democratizes, first, access to financial services for many people, right? It's not particularly useful it's not particularly good, for the traditional banks, because they are the ones that have done the work to have kept the history all this while, right? I can just take that history and share with someone else, and then those ones can then, based on that history, lend me money, give me mortgage, give me some insurance, give me something that I require that my bank is not provided for me, right? That's what open banking does. Just gives access to more people to be able to use financial services and use it properly.
Absolutely. I always say to people that when industrialization came to the world, we thought it was a huge thing. But when the internet age came, it surpassed whatever the industrialization did to us. Now we see fintech, and we see a future for fintech. What skills should we focus on now so that we don't lose out?
Okay, so I'll go down memory lane, right? So I remember back in this, when I was growing up in Djibouti, then, if you don't get to the bank, you don't do your banking transaction by Friday before 3:30 p.m. That's the end, because there's no transaction over the weekend. Right? Back in the days, remember then that, if you put your money in a particular branch of a bank, that's the only branch you can collect your money back. So we've seen that evolution of technology, how technology has started driving efficiency in banking for a very long time. Back in this, where if you deposit at the UBA bank in Djibouti, you can't go to UBA bank in Lagos to withdraw it. But at some point that changed, right? Then technology started creeping in. So finance and technology started creeping in together, right? And of course, then, payments got solved, digital banking, POSs, just evolution, things started improving as we go. Today, I dare say that, so for instance, the banking space or technology space in technology space in financial services in Nigeria is probably even more advanced than some of the most advanced countries like the UK and the US. I still heard some conversation about 2 years ago about how the UK cannot verify your bank account and your bank name together. Like, huh? This doesn't make sense. That UK cannot figure this out. That we figured out for years here in Nigeria, right? And this has been strong evolution from people and of course from regulators. I guess going forward, how do I see the future going? It's much more technology. It's much more technology adoption, right? It means that people then have to, open their heart a lot more to doing digital transactions a lot more, having digital identity a lot more, having being open-minded to use newer technology that has not been proven before, and then be able to just, be comfortable around, because the future essentially for banking or for financial services across the world, in Nigeria specifically, is going to be technology driven. We've seen Momo from telcos driving adoption as well to the most rural places, right? So people need to start getting used to the fact that yes, technology is the way forward, and we continue to drive innovation across the financial services system, not just banking, but of course even in insurance, asset management, all forms of financial services will be destroyed by technology as well. So the earlier we adopt ourselves, open ourselves to that adoption, the better for everyone.
Okay, awesome. So how do we inculcate fintech skills into our educational system? And what advice for new fintech startups? There's 2 questions because we're almost out of time.
Yeah. So I saw a picture some time ago about how education system has remained the same. From time immemorial, people sitting in the classes with desk and table and a teacher on the board. But how the workforce has changed from desktop to laptop to personal computers to not even physically going to work. So the education is not necessarily catching up with innovation. And I think that's a particular fact, right? So what do? It means that we have to improve on the quality of teaching and learning. We have to improve, infuse technology adoption into the education system, not just for fintech purposes, but because the future in itself is going to be technology driven. Our teachers need to get trained around how to use technology to deliver their programs a lot better. Universities don't have to physically gather. They can learn online. They can have international exchange without necessarily leaving the country. So a lot of things that can be adopted as technologically, into the education system, and that needs to happen right now. Right now.
Okay.
Essentially, that's one that needs to happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, technology has come with all of the positives, but there are a few negatives. We may not have the time to look at all of that now because today we're looking at how to make, hay while the sun is still shining, especially on a day such as this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our conversation with you has been so helpful. Thank you. And
thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Fisayo. All right. So, John, we move on. I should see you and discuss other skills, so I can learn more from you. And John, what's your quote for the week? What's your quote for the week? Your nugget?
My nugget.
Pharaoh is not here today, unfortunately.
Yeah. Are you missing her?
So who are you dedicating? And you dare not dedicate that nugget to me today.
Okay, my nugget.
I'll throw it back at you.
I'll give the nugget first, then I'll tell who it is dedicated to.
Okay.
Right. So my nugget for today is this. New level, new devil. Life is all about challenges. As we move up the ladder, as we change camps, as we move from one place to the other, we face new challenges. We face new devils. And that's what life is all about. So we're talking to people, public speakers, who want to address their audiences and all of that. Always see whatever comes to you on stage as a new devil. They will always come. The best thing is overcome the devil and just do what you have to do.
Okay.
That's my nugget for this week. And it's dedicated to Helen.
It's not. It's dedicated to Nigeria. Because today is about taking Nigeria forward. I don't want to use that word that all the politicians use. Next level in quotes, but thank you. Thank you for dedicating it to me.
To you, yes.
When
Always.
Pharaoh sits here next week,
as always.
I will see what you will do.
As always.
Okay, so that's how far we can go this day, Saturday, the 1st of October, 2022. Happy new month to you, and what a way, to start up our independence. So many activities going out there. Please make sure you're a part of it and be your brother's keeper today. All right? Do something nice to someone.
So you can watch the program, repeat.
Yeah? Tonight, 10:30, tomorrow morning, 9:30, and of course, we are on
DSTV 408
and
Star Times 308.
Okay, and it's 24 hours on YouTube.
It's
so you
on
can
YouTube.
catch up this entire show again if you missed it. I'm Helen Ongma Odele. It's always a pleasure to be here, and I'm blessed to be alive. I hope you are too.
I'm John Sanaya. See you again.
Bye for now. See you next Saturday.
And we hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Timeless Conversations. This is the very first edition of the program, and it's such a privilege for me that my first guest is someone with whom I have this very personal relationship. A great performer he is, a leader, an icon, someone who at the very tender age of between 13 and 14 formed his own band. This man has put so much into the music industry in Nigeria. He's turning 79. That means he has spent close to 63 years performing. My guest is a member of the Federal Republic, someone who has mentored great numbers of young, aspiring, and successful musicians. Please welcome with me Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey.
Ebenezer Obey began his professional career in the mid-1950s after moving to Lagos. After tutelage under Fatai Rolling Dollars Band, he formed a band called the International Brothers in 1964, playing high life and juju fusion. The band later metamorphosed into Inter-Reformers in the early 1970s with a long list of juju album hits on the Decca West Africa music label. Though he did not create the juju music style, Ebenezer Obey has been a seminal force in reinventing what has become part of Nigeria's national sound.
Well, sir, I know that everybody calls you evangelist now, but we're going deep into music. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Lego.
Yes, sir. It's good to see you. And I see that you're looking very healthy.
It's my pleasure to see you too.
Yes, sir. It's really, really nice to see you. I want us to go back to Idogo.
Okay.
That's your roots.
Yes.
What was it like growing up in Idogo?
Well, I think I will have to put the whole story of my life in order. You are right to talk about Idogo being my root. But I want to say that both my parents, my father and my mother, They are from Abeokuta. My father is from KC, Abeokuta. They call us Omulakisi, Omorula Shika. That is our Oriki, Omosun Abinu. Ẹni bá ṣe ìkà lọ́sàn kò ní fara rẹ̀ lọ. So my father is an Egba man. And my mother is from Owu. So
Owu Lakoda.
Yes, and Omoye, Omajiri, and so on. That's my mother. But the miracle about the boy, Ebenezer Obey, started with the fact that my mother got married to her first husband. And she lived with him for 20 years without having the fruit of the womb. And it was the parents of that husband of my mother that called the family of my mother and said, for 20 years now, they have tried enough. So they said they think it's better that my mother will find her way. So it was a sudden thing that they were not expecting. So because of that, my mother passed through a very bad period. And when the family, my mother's family, saw that that thing was too much for my mother, then they asked my mother, they advised, they counseled her. Don't kill yourself because ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ la ò sí. Ilé àánú Olúwa kì í ṣú. Wọ́n á lọ forí ara ẹ̀ pamọ́ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ní Dọ̀gọ̀. Go and hide yourself in Dọ̀gọ̀. Forget about
a man.
Don't kill yourself. And my mother was a good believer. So the pastor in Lagos prayed for my mother. That was how my mother left Lagos for Idogo. On getting to Idogo, my father was a carpenter by profession, very good carpenter. And in those days, they combined farming. So my father was combining farming with the carpentry job he was doing. But my father was a friend of my mother's brothers. My mommy's senior brothers. So when she got there, my father saw my mommy and said, in the Egba dialect, "Èmi rè má fẹ́ àbúrò yín yìí o. Á bí ọmọbìnrin mi, á dẹ̀ bọ́kùnrin mi."
Very prophetic.
Yes, so prophetic. That's something that my mother said, me, I don't want to marry a carpenter, but as God wanted it. My mother, who was never pregnant for
20 years,
got pregnant. And my father said, I be me, I de bokunrin. So the first born
was a female.
Was a female. And the pastor in Lagos told my mother, just be praying. Ma gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run wọ́n ní mi ò lè bímọ. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. And my mother was praying along that line that the pastor directed her to pray. And when my sister came, so my mother said she told my father she want my father to want them to name my sister Grace. Well, it was grace that the pastor was talking about. Your grace is sufficient for me. They said I cannot have fruit of the womb, but you alone I have, and your grace. So that's why they named my sister Grace Olasumbo, Amoke, Fabi, and then when she was married to Kayede, later on, she has been with the Lord a few years ago. So.
And then you came?
Then I came. When I came, my mother said, me that they said I cannot even have a baby, Iketamosi. The only children you can have, either you have girl, a boy. Kusiketamo. I have the female and I have the.
Man.
So my mother said, she told my father again, let us call this one Ebenezer. Ebenezer is the one. This is day in the Oluwa, the Lord. If you don't know Lord, I'm
done. And then Remilekun. Who named you Remilekun?
My father named me Remilekun because my father had only one son. That was my late senior brother. And my late senior brother was 14 years older than me. You can see. So.
It means both of them, your parents had experience.
Yes. It was a kind of breakthrough. So my mother, Olashupo, Olamishupo.
Yes, so there's Olasumbo, so now Olashupo.
Olashupo. But my father always called me Oluremi. All my father's relations, they call me Oluremi.
Up till now?
Yes.
Wow.
So that was how. And now in Idogo.
Growing up in Idogo.
Growing in Idogo.
Yes.
My everything, my mother became pregnant, but came to Lagos for her clinic at Mercy Street Hospital. That was where I was born. And immediately I was born, I was taken back to Idogo. I grew up in Idogo. I started school in Idogo. My everything, just the music, everything.
It started in Idogo.
Started in Idogo.
So really, there is no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
There's no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
Without Idogo, even if Mercy Street wants to claim you,
it's
still Idogo.
That's why I used to say that I was born in Lagos. Yeah. I was made in Idogo because my mother and my father slept and have an affair in Idogo. We became
the baby.
But the baby was delivered at Mercy Street, Lagos. So I'm a Lagosian. By birth. So, but Idogo. So I'm an Egba man, born in Lagos, made in Idogo. An African, a Nigerian.
Presented to the whole world. Thank you so much for taking us back down memory lane. Sir, going back still, what was that inspiration that made you start a band? Because in 1957, you renamed your band.
Yes.
Why?
You know, in the school, I was influenced to music through the church choir. My mother told me that I used to trouble the choir. When I was crawling, I would crawl to where the instrument is. She would be carrying me. So much that the pastor carried me one day and said, this boy must become a good musician. Just prophecy. And he prayed for me, gave me back to my mother. So I became a member of the band, the church and the school band. I became the school band leader. Anything music and drama, I was extremely good. And from there, that led to the Boys and Girls Youth Club. In the youth club, we have drama, music. I belong to the drama.
All forms of entertainment.
I was the youngest, but I was the most talented. I do the vocal, I compose.
And it's been like that ever since.
The day they started, they formed the band as a club, Ifelodun Mambo Orchestra. I was in Lagos and I dreamt that I saw that they bought drums and they are trying to play the drums one by one. But I got there and I started playing the drums and they carried me. So when I called, and the dream came true. I was on holiday in Lagos with my father. The day I arrived with Dogo, that brother is late now, Brother Jimo Akiwande. He said, we have heard that you are going to come from Lagos today. Follow me. I said, let me go and greet my mother. I said, no, you know, when you get to Mama, we will not allow you. My mommy was a very disciplined person. So I followed him. When I followed Mr. Akiwande, exactly as I saw in the dream, drums, and I just started, I picked this one, and they have been looking for wood. When I take the bongo, it was called double toy. Bongo. When I take the double toy, I have memorized how it sounded in Adeolu Akinsany's band. Adeolu then was playing Agidigbo music, Mambo Orchestra. I took it, they just carried me, they shouted. So that was how.
That's it.
And I became the star of that band. But my mother will not leave them. My mother was fighting those people that you are teachers already, they have started teaching. Allow my son to finish his own education. So, and I will not listen. My mother would talk to me, wake me in the midnight. Olasupo, Aremu, Omolakesi, Omoye, mo fẹ́ lulu yìí, àbí o fẹ́, mo fẹ́ jẹ́ lawyer. Come on, criminal near lawyer. Because my mother is from Owu. Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ doctor. Come on, criminal near doctor. Abo fẹ́ come criminal near doctor ni. I said, I will, tó bá ṣoríire, fi lu yún lẹ̀. Ìwé rẹ̀ ni ó gbajúmọ̀. She said, have you had? She'll be crying, I'll be crying. Promise me, and I said, I promise her. But the following day, when they start rehearsing, she is the one who will call me. Lasupo, I want to see better. Your people have started. Show love. I said, no, I'm not going. But I will watch my mother just run out. I will go there. She will come there, pull me, beat me, do everything. Don't do lie to lie. Above a good pleasure car. Mo fẹ́ gun pleasure car. O fẹ́ lọ lóyìnbó ẹ̀. Tó bá lọ lóyìnbó, mo ní oyè lu. But I was doing that. My mommy's problem was too much with those people who founded the band, one by one. So by 1957, I now formed my own professional band. I became professional.
1957, you were 15 years old?
Yes, 15 years, precisely 15 years. Before then, I was known, but something I did not take note. When I entered the school in the morning, obey, the atmosphere changes. Teachers were my friend. The fame started then.
But why did they call you Obey?
You need Obey. As then in those days, teachers were allowed to discipline the pupils. If at times we are 30 or 35 in the class, if the teacher taught us something, and maybe 7 or 8 or 10 didn't do well, we then line out. The line out means the teacher wants to punish you. We say, I'm going to give each of you 6 lashes of cane. Give me your hand. Well, if you give the teacher your hand, but every pupil didn't want to be
caned.
Sorry, sir. Excuse, sir. You want to explain. The teacher will say, obey first and then complain. Give me your hand. After I've given you 6 lashes of cane, you can now explain. He knew that immediately you receive the lashes, you cannot explain, say anything. Yeah. So I was privileged as the prefect, class prefect. They call it prefect or monitor.
Yeah.
So when the teacher line out. So he doesn't want to be, the teacher didn't want to be repeating. So it's like, I'm the one who will be saying, obey first and then complain, obey. That's how, when I entered the school, that's obey. That's how it became my, so it's my compound name. Now. Ebenezer Obey Fabi, yes.
Interesting. I thank you for saying star. I remember that when you started recording music, you stuck with one record company.
Yes, Decca was
very tenacious.
Decca.
Everybody went elsewhere. You just remained with Decca.
Yes.
I also know that you later became a director in Decca.
I'm finally the owner of the place.
So how did you get into Decca?
You see, God has his own way of doing things.
Yeah.
When I look back into my life, every path I've treaded in life was ordered by God. Because in those days, you know, it's not like this when we have the technology that you can record. You have to find the company. And on that day, I didn't even have money to go to Lagos. Decca's studio was at Abuja, close to University of Lagos. It's still there. Their office is at Abiboki in Lagos. I had to trek all the way from Mushin. I still remember from Mushin to Babalosha to Alakija to Dioro, Alakara, Yaba, Oyibo, Enkata Bridge, Udumota.
All the way.
When I got there, the gate man didn't say that I cannot enter. You know, when you trek such a distance, today I'm holding handkerchief, but then it was not. I took my mobile, I stretched it up. So the man just looked at me and said, who is this boy? I said, I'm a star, I'm a feature star. I come to record, my record will sell. He said, no, I cannot enter. I said, my record will sell. God entered his heart. He said, okay, go. When I entered, I saw the secretary. The secretary was typing. He didn't even look at me. He saw me like this, he was typing. Good afternoon. My name is Ebenezer Obey. I'm a feature star. I come to record for your company. My record will sell. He will look up like this and he said, okay, I'm sorry. The artist manager is not in. He's on leave. He'll be back in 3 weeks' time. You can call back and say, I trek all the way from Mushi and I'm going to trek back. I'm a feature star. He said, I'm sorry, you cannot see the managing director. I said, I would like to see the managing director. As I was discussing with that secretary, the managing director just pressed the intercom and the thing sounded on the table of the secretary. So the managing director heard all that we were saying and he asked, what is all that noise about? There's a young man here. He said he's a future star. He said he wanted to see you. I said he cannot see you. He said, the man that said, future star? He said, yes, sir. He said, send him in. I entered. I proceeded. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ebenezer Obey. I'm a future star. I want to record for your company. Don't pay me. Don't pay me, sir. Pay me after you might have sold my record. My record will sell. My record will sell, sir. The man was so looking at me. I said, don't pay me. No, just, my record will sell. He didn't say anything. He just pressed the intercom again. Mr. Ogumbayo, please come upstairs and see this young man.
The white man?
No, Ogumbayo, CK Crest. That's the manager, the white man. When Ogumbayo came, I just processed. I started speaking in Yoruba. Sir, mo fẹ́ ṣe record fún yín, ẹ má sanwó fún mi. Tí record mi bá ṣe tán ni, I'm a future star. Ẹ má sanwó fún. The MD did not understand what I'm saying. Before Ogumbayo will say anything, MD said, I think this young man is speaking with confidence. I think we should give him a chance. Then the papa said, I think so, sir. Then he said that we should record him, we should not pay him, we should pay him after we have sold this record. The manager said, wonderful, wonderful. He said, you are not going to trade back. We give you money for transportation. So they give me 10 shillings. 10 shillings note.
You're already a star.
I'm already a star.
Yes.
So I left that place. I entered bus back home. I left home with nothing. I came back with something. God has been so good to me. And that was it. Then the studio, we have to come for, what do they call it? Audition.
Audition, yes.
They said, bring 4 songs. I have 6 songs. But one thing I want to say, we were not able to enter the studio that day. It was under the tree outside that they listened to me and my band. And it was after they recorded me. And I started going to record store. I've recorded in Dekau because they said there's a day there's a listening day. That day they need to order the records. On the day I was there, I was reminding them, order my record though, it will sell though. And as they were coming, the MD was coming. His staff who was sitting, they have passed me. Features, they reverse. Features, sir, what do I said? I come to tell all the distributors to book my record. They say, no, you don't do that. You don't allow, you go home, you have done your work. When it came to my turn, they must have 500 numbers ordered. Somebody say, I have booked 100, I booked 20. When they add the total, it must be up to 500. When they ordered my own, remaining 19 to clock to 500. The staff started, they told me, sir, your feature sir didn't make it. What song? He said, remaining 19. The man said, I booked 25. You see how God, if the man did not book that 25, and that was how I started. And from being a star, I became a shareholder. And by the end of the day, I became the chairman I became the owner of this. You see, so my life is, everything about me is God and my music.
There is that theme in all of your songs. The theme of godliness, the theme of integrity, the theme of what the Yorubas will call omoluabi. Like there's something about it. There's always a God factor there. Even before you openly gave your life to Christ and said, this is the path I'm towing, there was always God in it. Who would you say was responsible for that, or what?
You know, I told you that I was influenced to music through the church. Especially my mother. My mother was a very dedicated Christian. Her faith, she has a very strong faith in God. And that's the way that we were brought up. So my mother's influence, because she started taking me to church since the time I was a baby. And that was how I was influenced to music, through the church and the school band.
The other factor that stands out is the fact that there was the rivalry in growing your music. There was the time it was rumored you and King Sunny Ade were not friends, you were not seeing each other. If something was released today, it will release tomorrow and all that. What is your relationship?
Well, I've said this many times.
You have to keep saying it.
And I'm tired of saying it, but anyway, I've said that there was nothing between me and Sunny Ade. I started before him, and he came along to play his own kind of music. I play my own kind of music. He plays his own kind of music. The only thing is that both what we play is called the same juju music. And the people, it was people that were turning whatever I say in my record, and they were turning whatever he says in his record. That there's a rift between me and him. And honestly, there was nothing like that. He used to pay me visit. I used to pay him visit too. So, but when the rumors were gaining much ground, Adelu Akisoya and Ike Dairo, they saw me and they told me that we need to call both you and Sunny Ade together. We're hearing you are fighting. I said, fighting? No, there's nothing like that. They saw him, they said, there's nothing like that. So that's how they summoned both of us. They said it again in presence of two of us. I said, there's nothing like that. Like that. So, but the people were turning, what they were doing that, there was nothing between, it was Adelu Akisoya and Ike Dairo that said, okay, this is what you people are going to do. Both of you record a record, Sunny record the record, dispel that there's no fight.
And that's the end.
And that was it. So, what? Until today, people still refer to it.
Yeah, but even recently, both of you performed in
yes.
the show.
Yes, we did Oleku together. Yes. And so there's nothing, it's good relationship.
And talking about performance, there was this generational collaboration.
Yes.
Simi
Simi
sang your song.
Yes.
And you participated in it. What was that experience like for you?
Well, Simi is my daughter. And she's a very nice musician. When she started years ago, she told me that she took permission, that she wanted to sing at Mexico. And I gave her permission. And I'm happy the record that record did very well. So it is that I Mexico that we both now do collaboration. And people like it a lot. I feel happy because Simi is a very cool-headed artist. And I love all the artists. They look onto me as father. And I keep that father relationship with them. So there are more to be expected.
Very good.
Because since after that release, there had been
requests.
Yes.
Last year, 2020, there were different kinds of rumors. There was a particular one, obey this, obey that, what's going on? People who even knew it, I was close to you, say, Kilo Shelesi, Baba, and all that. What really happened?
There was nothing. I was not sick. There was nothing. Nothing happened to me. I was with Bishop Olani, my son, and Pastor Larry Obe.
Yes.
And both of them just instantly, hello, nothing's wrong with my daddy. I'm here with my daddy. There's nothing wrong with my daddy. Oh. Larry was, their phone was just, daddy, they have come again. No. 5 times within a month. Well, thank God.
I trust in God too. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I am type 2 diabetic.
Eh?
I am type 2 diabetic.
Yeah, same thing with me.
Aha. A lot of people don't like talking about their health status. Why? What kind of advice can you give people?
No, you see, I have said it out.
Yes.
I said that there's nothing about me that I want to hide. And I didn't do that. I've been a diabetic person since 1974. 1974 to this time is
47?
Yes. And the doctors always say that I manage it very well. But it's not me, it's God. But I believe so much in the power of God. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. And diabetes can affect your eyes.
Yes.
It can affect many things.
Yes.
And that's the challenge, the only challenge that I have. I have done many cataract operation, but I'm well, I'm okay. People rumor at the time that I was blind. I was not blind.
Yes.
Up to now, the color of your cap, everything, your flesh, the skin, everything, I see everything. What you place in your hands, I see everything very, very clearly.
Yes.
So the only thing is that it affected my walking.
Yes.
It affected my walking. But thank God, we are working on it and we shall overcome it.
Amen.
Once you can manage it, so that's the most important thing.
Baby mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ mí ọgbọ̀dún. Ẹ̀yà tó mọ yá yìí ló ń ṣe kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Bẹ́lẹ́gàn bá ń tàn ẹ kó má má ṣe gbà. What's the story behind it?
Well, thank you for asking the story behind Olomingbotemi. This is going to give me an opportunity to talk about that part that I've never been saying much. I want to talk about women in my life, which I have never said as I'm going to say it now. Women in my life started with my mother. I'm so grateful for the role that women have played in my life. I'm thanking all mothers, all women, for they are so special. And God have used them. My mother, starting from my mother, Abigail Indemola, wonderful mother. She's the one who made sure that I became what I supposed to become in life. She showed me love, discipline, and everything that she put me through made me what I am today. That's my mother. My late wife, Juliana Olaide, Oweniobefabi, the right wife that I needed. But I must say this, women in my life, before I became what I am now, as a musician, I shared my own part in women. The love of musicians God is the one, I believe God is the one who put it in the hearts of me. You know, between Saul and David, when David killed Goliath, it was the women that started singing. They composed songs, and they were praising David that David killed thousands, while Saul killed less than. The enmity between Saul and David started by that. It was women. It is what the women saw that they highlighted. That is the life of a musician. You know what led to Oloyinbotemi? I have a girlfriend that is called Abike. Then I was moving around. We used to move around nightclubs. We play all around. Then there was this woman called Ashake. You know, I mentioned Abike or Ashake or Ashake. This woman Ashake is older than me and saw me. I said, Ejo Eyinda. I said, and she said, Ejo, Baba Olomamba Ingerui. Money already come by me. And she gave me 10 shillings to give my Baba. I've never met her. I didn't talk to her. Yeah. God has his own way of sending people to you. I said, I used to give my Baba 1 and 6. I said, thank you. I will give her 1 and 6. Then he brought another £1. Said, take this, sir. But this 10 shillings, give it to the Baba. Ó máa ń tún ẹlẹ́dàá yín ṣe. Ìgbàkígbà tẹ́ bá ti ń kọjá báyìí, tí n bá ti rí yín. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń gẹrun yìí, mo kàn like it. I didn't talk to her. She was older than me. I took the I told Baba, God have bless you. One woman said, and don't get me, tell her that. Tell me to tell you 10 shillings. I wanted to give you 1 and 6, but she gave me my own. Me and Baba, the Baba will joke. That was any time she said, Egba, boom, Baba. That was how the woman became my girlfriend. Do you know this woman? When I wanted to buy instrument, I told the woman to borrow me £84 to buy an engine, the modern one, that is better than the one that I was using. And a guitar, special guitar, and the woman borrowed me. And I thank her so much. And I promised I paid her. And I kept the money, the £84. Thank you very much. Oh. This is your money. He said that. He gave me. What am I trying to say? She played that part. Immediately after that, till today, I've never set my eyes on that woman. So by the time I was about to record, Abike was my girlfriend. I added Ashake. Olómi jọ̀wọ́ ó jẹ́ ká jọ máa gbádùn. Àyà tó mọ́yá yìí ló ṣì kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́gàn bá tàn ẹ̀kún má ṣe gbà. Ìdùnnú ńlá ní fọ́kọ káyà kó mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oríire ló jẹ́ fáyà tó bá mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oní tèmi Àbíkẹ́ ni gbọ́ tèmi. Gbọ́ tèmi bèbí gbọ́ tèmi oyè òun lónìí. Àbíkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o. That's
the story.
So, like I said, God have sent women to me in my life, and women have played very prominent roles in my life. So that's why I can never forget mothers, and I can never forget women. I can never talk about women in any bad way. But thank God that God finally delivered me from all that one. And the sinner of yesterday later now became a saint. That's what Jesus Christ can do.
Okay, finally, sir, as somebody who has been there, who has the kind of experience you have, you became a star at 15 because you formed your own band then. Looking at today's music scene, how would you advise the musicians, the performers, the artists? What would you say to them to guide them in this path, the path that has been very illustrious and profitable for you?
Well, to musicians, I want to say, number one, they must be ready they must have God, they must know God. God is the only one that they can depend upon, who will show them and take them to whatever height they want to attain in life. Then determination, hard work, commitment, that is it. When I was doing all that, we were not expecting money. It was just my hobby. And that's all I just want to do. In my record, ọmọ kékeré ọjọ́ yẹn, wọ́n ní kí ló fẹ́ ṣe, ó lóun fẹ́ lùlù, ó lóun fẹ́ kọrin. Màmá bẹ̀bẹ̀ títí ọmọ kọjá lẹ̀ o. Láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ ọmọ di chief commander òbí. So everything, they should just depend on God and work hard. What I see nowadays, the younger ones, is that they are just running about after money. No. If they can solidify themselves, making sure they get the grip of what they want to do, using their gifts, their talent, people will know them. In our own days, you play our records, you do all that. This generation, they beg, they did everything to make sure their records are played. It was not so in our own time. How much do we need to give you people? You are doing it. You are looking for our records. You are promoting it. But they just want to be known. And thank God, we have quite a lot of talented. They only need to work hard, and God will see them through.
Okay, and finally now, I want to thank you, Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, for coming.
You're welcome.
On this program. You're my very first guest on this program, Timeless Conversations. I want to make you a promise. We're going to be back with you next year, God tarrying, and even providing for you, giving you good health, and ensuring that we have people like you who will still guide us in the entertainment and performance industry in Nigeria. Thank you all for watching. Bye.
Sites like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing in it. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagunle precisely. A suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money but put us for school. Why she come dey begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Har ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shine yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shine yazo shi yace in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta. Yawa.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Lagos. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya je ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce yi. Sai na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi a ƙasar Bauchi muke kuma garinmu jama'are local. Jama'are local garinmu shekara ta 55. Yawwa. To yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan. Kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari. Ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaran mun da babanmu ya yi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk kanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the best. I know go beg. I know go beg. I will give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa, wahala ce ta kawo mu mijina ne ya mutu.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road. Okay. Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it. Okay. So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environment where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, and so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With three northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution. And if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. But if it's someone who is incapacitated, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging, doesn't encourage begging at all. Yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. So we don't Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. We see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not walk should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can walk, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to walk. If you've got the capacity to walk, go and walk.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to anytime they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work, and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
Religion and the state, on diversity, freedom, and neutrality of justice administration. Feed the hungry, visit the sick, set free the captives. These words were from Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him. A house divided against itself can never stand. This saying goes for any group, community, or entity that refuses to accommodate differences. In the light of recent happenings in Nigeria, it is obvious that there is rivalry from ethno-religious intolerance, which is humongous threats to a unity and diversity. This is evident in the recent case of Deborah Yakubu Samuel, a student of the Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, who was killed in school premises with accusations of blasphemous utterances. These insane acts and other violent acts like terrorism, bombings, kidnappings have proven that the nation is tilting from a secular state to a state threatened by a religious and tribal intolerance. Section 38(1) of the Nigerian Constitution, as amended in 1999, clearly states, every person shall be entitled to the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and as such, no religion should be imposed as superior to others in the state. At this rate, our diversity is no longer seen as the glue that bonds us together, rather, almost a menace to our coexistence. Blasphemy is an offense under Islamic Sharia law, effective across Nigeria's 12 majority Muslim northern states. Section 204 of the Nigerian Criminal Code stipulates a 2-year imprisonment for public insult on religion. Nonetheless, charges of blasphemy are typically brought by Muslims against Christians or other Muslims. Blasphemy laws seem at odds with Section 38 and 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and expression. Even the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom has declared them, that is, blasphemy laws, inconsistent with universal human rights. Now, the question is, how can we uphold freedom of expression while respecting other views or ideas with respect to ethno-religious concerns? Perhaps considering these processes may be a pathway to this question and managing our diversities. Empathy, building actionable framework in public spaces that addresses ethno-religious issues. Accountable religious and traditional institutions. Religious and traditional leaders or rulers should be peace brokers in time of crisis and should be responsive while being held accountable for their sermons and actions. Political leaders should always act in the best interest of the nation and not in their personal ambition. Educational institutions should instill the right ideas and knowledge that promotes human capacity and tolerance. Government should be neutral in administering justice, promoting policies that strengthens our common coexistence while managing our diversity as a nation. Let us ponder on these words by Adam Grant, an organizational psychologist and best-selling author. It's hard to keep an open mind if you don't have an open heart. You don't have to agree with what people think to learn from how they think. You don't have to share their identity to be curious about what shaped it. Treating people with civility is a prerequisite for discovery. May the soul of Deborah Yakubu Samuel and other victims of ethno-religious conflicts rest in peace.
Amen.
Amen.
It's so sad. I don't even know what's this kind of thing as a parent. You know, it just breaks you because you're thinking this could be anyone's child. You've sent your child to school. You've brought up this child up to the age where you're now thinking, oh, this child will soon be able to go into the world themselves, and one day you hear this terrible news. Worse still, I think, is the fact that you never get closure, do you, with mob actions and things like that, because there's no one to hold accountable. So you don't get closure, you don't get justice because of the government's inertia to prosecuting the people who do this thing. How do you then not wake up every day just angry at life and angry at the things that life has thrown you?
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the religion and what comes to mind is how people think that they need to help God. God is God. Okay. You know, everything just baffles me.
Yeah.
God has the power to just strike anybody dead if that is what he wants to do. He doesn't need our help. And when you think of the atrocities that people have committed in the name of religion on both sides of the divide, I mean, when you think of in the olden days when people were burnt at the stake for what they believed in, like what you said, Elijah, you know, just that inability to allow everyone to believe in what they believe. My belief doesn't have to infringe on your own belief, and we don't have to believe the same thing. May the soul of Deborah and all the people who have gone, you know, before her, may it rest in peace.
Amen. What you just said about like my belief is my belief and your belief is your belief is still in our Quran, and we read it every time. It's on the first 10 pages, first 10 surah. And we read it, we say it every time, like your religion is yours, mine is mine, do yours, I'll do mine. It is there, we know that. So I'm not even going to speak on like that they did it because of Allah or they did it for Islam. They did it because of their own
Worse still, the same constitution which does not give the federal government to supervise the state now gave power to the state governors to supervise and control the local government. And they are not only controlling it, they are only, I mean, I don't know how to even describe it. They don't even allow them to breathe. The last time you have anything like local government operation in Nigeria or in Ogun State in particular was during Governor Gbenga tenure. After that, it's zero.
We change the narrative unless we change our ways. We have to change our ways. We have to change our thinking. We have to change our orientation. First is that government should be for the brightest and the best. If you go to any country in the world, the best and the brightest of their people go into politics. Because politics affects everybody in the society. It affects how you live. It affects whether you are going to be able to bring up your children properly or not. It affects the kind of education you are going to receive. It affects the kind of health care you are going to have. It affects whether you are going to have a job. It affects your levels or your salary level when you start working. So everything in your life is affected by politics and those who are in politics. So it is the best and the brightest that usually go into politics. If you go to England, you will see their graduates from Oxford, from Cambridge. They are all there in parliament. But you come to Nigeria, it's the reverse, the worst. We have government has been surrendered to the worst elements of society. Those who rule us in Nigeria are either drunkards or ex-drug couriers or ex-419 people or former armed robbers who somehow made money through dubious means, and because of our political system that now depends almost exclusively on how much money you have, it's only those who have become fraudulently rich who can get to power.
Good afternoon. I am Khadija Balogun, and this is the news brief. Ahead of next year's general elections, President Muhammadu Buhari has promised Nigerians that it would ensure free and fair elections. In his last Independence Day speech as president, Buhari said he had been a victim of unfair electoral processes in the past, and as a result would bequeath a robust electoral institution that would ensure the emergence of credible leaders. He promised that the success recorded in the Anambra, Ekiti, and Osun State governorship elections will be scaled up come 2023.
Nigerians, no matter what gains, without a good governance system anchored on electing credible leaders on the basis of free, fair, credible, and transparent elections, our efforts will not be enough. It is for this reason that I have resolved to bequeath a sustainable democratic culture which will remain lasting. The signing of the Electoral Act 2021 as whose landmark provisions further assures us of a more transparent and inclusive electoral process. Having witnessed at close quarters the pains, anguish, and disappointment of being a victim of an unfair electoral process, the pursuit of an electoral system and processes that guarantee election of leaders by citizens remain the guiding light as I prepare to hand down our administration. You would all agree that the recent elections in the first 2 years in some states, notably Anambra, Ekiti, and Osun, and a few federal constituencies, have shown a high degree of credibility, transparency, and freedom of choice, with the people votes actually counting. This, I promise, would be improved upon at the 2023 general elections. As we begin the transition process to another democratically elected government, I want to implore all aspirants to conduct issue-based campaigns devoid of hate speeches, as well as other negative and divisive tendencies. I also want to express my wish that we see more female and youth participation in the forthcoming.
Meanwhile, the president also called on the striking Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, to return to the classroom, assuring them of plans to deal with their contending issues within the limits of the scarce resources available. President Buhari, who reiterated the call in a nationwide broadcast to mark the nation's 62nd Independence Day anniversary in Abuja, says he is pained by the recurring disruption to the nation's tertiary education system.
I must confess that I am very pained by the recurrent disruption to our tertiary education system, and I am using this Independence Day celebration to reiterate my call for the striking Academic Staff Union of Universities to return to the classroom, assuring them to deal with their contending issues within the limits of the scarce resources available. This administration has made appreciable progress in redressing these issues that have been lingering for over 11 years. The federal government will continue to mobilize resources both internationally and nationally towards funding education to ensure that our citizens are well educated and skilled in various vocations, in view of the fact that education is a leading determinant of economic growth and employment.
Nigerians have been advised to remain confident and optimistic in spite of the many challenges, as the country will continue to remain an indivisible entity. The former military president, Ibrahim Babangida, gave this advice while addressing newsmen in Minna, Niger State, on the 62nd anniversary of Nigeria. Babangida stated that for this to be achieved, a collective effort by all and sundry is required, and he applauded the effort of successive administrations in Nigeria for trying to keep the country united and called for most to succeed.
My honest desire is to remain a strong and united country, prosperous and living in peace with one another. It requires both the support of the public and the law enforcement agencies. The Nigerians must support the public in fighting this insurgency. Once that is done, I want to believe the government is willing to find a solution to it. Well, the younger generation, I think you need to do more in trying to read about the country, to try to find out what happened in the past, how we came about as a country, what happened, what role various people played, and come together. Remain confident, remain focused, and maintain peace in the conduct of elections, and don't allow yourselves to be used as political pawns.
Also, former military head of state, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, has called on Nigerians not to sell their vote in the forthcoming general elections, adding, "Your vote is your franchise." While addressing journalists as part of activities to mark Nigeria's 62nd independence anniversary at his Hope Hill residence in Minna, General Abdul Salami warned politicians against campaigns of calumny.
Unfortunately, people keep shouting restructure, restructure. Whom
or what are you restructuring? There is always, even in your own house, people will call crime of marginalization. It's a matter of how you manage the system and so on and so forth. Like I said about the Constitution, there is no Constitution that is perfect. Of course, when you look at things that you perceive to be wrong, there is always ways how to make amends. This is why we have the State Assembly. This is why we have the National Assembly. These are people we have elected to go and administer us and make laws for us. Let them look into all these issues with passion, not with selfish ideas. Let them think about Nigeria, not of my state, not of my village, and so on. I'm sure if we really have the right caliber of people thinking about the country, there is always going to be one problem or the other. So let's sit down analytically, look at the things, and try to make sure that there is equity, justice, and fairness. That's all we need in the country.
Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has congratulated Nigerians on the celebration of the country's 62nd Independence Day anniversary, assuring that the nation will rise again. The former vice president, in a statement issued by his media office in Abuja, said that the celebration of Nigeria's Independence Day is an event that should reawaken citizens' consciousness towards the consolidation of unity amongst the diverse people of the country. The PDP presidential candidate said that Nigeria had come a long way after attaining independence 62 years ago, passing through different phases of challenges. Now, elder statesmen have traced Nigeria's deteriorating social, economic, political sector to as far back as 1966, claiming that the people's hope would continue to be dashed if the system of government is not changed. The national chairman of CONFERP, Senator Femi Okunromu, and the national chairman of the All Nigeria People's Party, Suarau Alani Bankole, in an exclusive interview with our correspondent, Abibat Ajayi, projected that if the people in power do not want to change, then the nation is likely to crumble. They also lamented the rate at which unhealthy politics and misused opportunities have led the country into a state of disarray, even as Nigeria marks another independence.
For those of us who grew up when Nigeria was much better, those of us who grew up when Nigeria just got its independence in 1960 and experienced what Nigeria was like between 1960 and 1966, and are now witnessing what Nigeria has become. We are almost regretting that we were born in Nigeria. It is enough reason for us to weep, but we are just holding back the tears. Because Nigeria has been going from bad to worse, and from bad to worse every year. Since 1966, when the military took over governance, Nigeria has been going down the slope into the abyss of what I will call oblivion. Nigeria is almost a failed nation, and it's very unfortunate. It is not something that one is happy to say, but we are almost going towards a nation of lower animals instead of a nation of human beings. That is the way we are when we compare ourselves, when we rate ourselves with other nations of the world. Even with nations that got independence from Britain around the same time as we did.
Until we go back to the basics, to introduce our own local system, or continue with the original system of parliamentary system, which we were known to through which most of our leaders went through, because most of Nigerian leaders actually were educated in England and here. Until we go back to that basic, it will be unfair to continue to blame any government. Most of Nigerian leaders actually were educated in England and here. Until we go back to that basic.
They, however, appeal to the government at all levels and citizens to be prepared to do the right thing come 2023.
Not seeking office to seek your welfare or my welfare. They are not seeking office to promote the growth of our society. They are not seeking office to make Nigeria a great country that you and I can be proud of. They are only going there to make money. Unfortunately, this has become, they have passed this mentality on to a lot of younger people too. So instead of the people criticizing them, the people are also waiting for their turn to go there and make their own money. So there are very few people, very, very few people trying to seek elective office because they care for the masses, very few. And that is why we have to be very careful in voting for the people we are going to vote for in this next election.
I don't believe the result of this election is going to change anything. Because until we change the structure, the foundation, whatever we're going to build on it, will be faulty, will be wobbling. So the election, I think, is just another ritual which you just have to go through. What has it changed?
As Nigeria marks our 62nd independence, the security of the country remains a worrisome trend and has triggered fears amongst the people. While calls have been made at different times by some states' governors for citizens to protect themselves, it is obvious that the daunting insecurity challenges is a weight on security providers. Our correspondent, Stephen Enoch, reports.
Ranking Nigerians wearing their finest robes watched in dignified silence as the climax of Independence Day was reached. In handing over the documents to the Federal Prime Minister, Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Her Royal Highness handed over sovereignty to a new nation.
Political environment in Nigeria has featured severe contestations among the country's diverse ethnic groups. The country's full set of political parties was formed in 1959, shortly before independence. In 2020, the nation's election umpire, INEC, succeeded in reducing the political parties from 92 to 18. Currently, there are two major political parties, the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, and its opposition, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. However, other parties like the Labour Party and others are beginning to make waves contending for recognition. Established parties have more seats in the National Assembly than smaller parties.
The ruling party and the main opposition party do not have much of a stronghold or influence on the minds of people as they used to. They are now alternative parties that people are considering voting for.
The political terrain today is said to be controlled by desperate politicians whose only goal is to prepare the ground for the nation's treasury and commonwealth. As the nation moves into another election year, there seems to be an awakening to change the tide in favor of the people through the ballot.
We're seeing the signs of dramatic shifts in orientation, in public consciousness, and in participation, particularly by groups that were previously inactive. So we have seen people channel and transform previous grievances into opportunities for political participation.
The major factor that I see, and which makes me conclude that 2023 elections will be radically different from the previous ones, is that there is an active participation of young Nigerians, okay? Not just in support of any candidate, but in the political discourse. in trying to set the agenda for the especially the presidential candidates.
Optimism on the part of citizens is attaining a dramatic increase as regards the forthcoming 2020.
And as the country celebrates its 62nd independence anniversary, some Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions over the current state of the nation since its freedom from colonial rule in 1960. The reports.
This is CMS, one of the busiest hubs in Lagos, especially during work hours. It is also a place well known for celebratory preparations when special occasions are around the corner. But it is unusually devoid of celebration as the nation marks its 62nd anniversary. Plus TV News spoke with some on the street who were emphatic about the woes of the nation.
Nigeria has its history. I'm sorry. Nigeria has depreciated a lot. Do you understand? Nigeria has depreciated. After the Biafran war, Nigeria is supposed to pick up. By now, we are supposed to be in our high mass consumption. But look at it. There's poverty. And when there's poverty, there will be corruption. And when there's corruption, the country cannot grow.
I feel like moving out of this country. Any place. So you get, for me, I'm not even, the governor, the president does not even deserve us to wear green, white, green. But for me, I'm not prepared. I'm not even prepared for anything.
To be realistic, Nigeria government failed woefully because we cannot see efforts of Nigeria of celebration. So our economy today is zero. And I don't see reason why Nigeria will be celebrating independence.
Is there any positive change? There's no positive change now. Everything about the country is a whole mess. Nigerian money is valueless. Go around and see what is happening in the country. Our leaders are doing a lot of people are suffering. Go to the hospital. No money to take care of their feeding, put up shelter and the children there. So we are all fighting and struggling to make them living. So I believe this is the Nigeria is clogging. I don't think it's reasonable.
We caught a sight of this woman with Nigeria's flag. This is the first and perhaps the only one we saw after walking some distance. Some market women expressed disappointment about the economic situation of the country.
We don't understand Nigeria. Since Nigeria they don't get 60 years independent. We don't understand Nigeria. We don't have government at all. The traffic, first of all, the traffic is too much. Early mama go wake up 2 o'clock. Around 4 o'clock, the traffic till Akpabon reach Costain. It's no good at all. Make them do something for that road. That road too much. The road too much for Lagos. The road don't spoil. Everywhere don't spoil. Make them do am. I beg you. I beg Buhari o. I beg the Sanwo-Olu for governor of Lagos State. Make you do Nigeria o. Ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run o. Sufferness yẹn ti pọ̀ jù o. Ó ti pọ̀ jù.
The government we are having, what we are expecting from them, we don't see. Due to the bad rate, the bad economics, everything was so bad. There's no sales, no market. No one can go abroad and buy markets. Even the African wares we are selling is not good as before. So we don't enjoy the government.
The question on the lips of many are what will become of the country after the 2023 elections. Will the right leader emerge after all? Are the electorate ready to effect a positive change with their permanent voters' cards? Time will tell. Uyime Elijah, Plus TV News, Lagos.
Now, the Labour Party supporters, known as Obedient, have converged at strategic places in Lagos to garner organic support for the Labour Party's presidential candidate ahead of next February's general elections. The rallies, which coincided with Nigeria's 62nd Independence Day anniversary, started from the Admiralty Junction, moving through the major road in Lekki, as they made stops at every junction, waving flags, banners, and other paraphernalia as they rallied towards Jakonde, Elegushi axis, an apparent move to avoid confrontation with the police already stationed at the Lekki toll gate. The story is the same in Festac and its environs. Obi, a 61-year-old former governor of Anambra State, is running alongside Dati Baba Hamad.
We have more than it takes to make Nigeria a paradise. But because of bad management, it wasn't so. So we are now saying, let's do a U-turn. Enough of the old one.
He has the potential to rule Nigeria. He has everything to rule Nigeria. We have been suffering for more than how many years? And it's his turn to make Nigeria look good.
This is an intimidation. All the court judgment says they don't want us to gather at the local court. That is what the court judgment says. I read it, and we are not there. And we try to avoid gathering there, and that is why we moved from there. We are here at Marwa.
They claim to be a law-abiding citizen, yet they come to disobey the law. The court order was we can march, but we shouldn't be at the what's it called, the Lekki toll gate. No, look at them. They're out here trying to bully us, but we'll stand strong. I promise you that we'll stand strong.
The more they try to silence us, is the more we get stronger. Because you're trying to, you can mute us forever. At a point, it's going to go beyond us. We are only trying to do a peaceful rally. And that's all. The intimidation is too loud.
And we are here for a full support, to support a man that has a vision, to support a man that has a mission to get things done, to pull out or to pull us out from consumption. What does he want to do? He's going to move Nigeria to production.
We are telling you to sell PDP. Give us a big please. All we have to say is, we are telling. We are not here now. These are the people now. That was a great round. They are undermining of Ghana, of Nigeria. They don't let us do anything. But we are not the people. Elections result.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services
To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Morimi Akonwo. Our guest today is a certified esthetician and cosmetic scientist, founder and CEO of House of Cocoa Skincare, a scientifically formulated skincare brand with a focus on crafting acne and hyperpigmentation solutions for African skin. She is also a petroleum engineer with a wealth of experience in consulting and project management for full field development or redevelopment, feed, well intervention, and other well engineering projects. She is currently the engineering and operations manager at Dexter Upstream. She was awarded a first-class honors upon completing of her undergraduate studies in BSc Petroleum Engineering, recognized for 3 consecutive years by the Provost of Engineering as Excellent Student of the Year. She is Chidiogo Sharon Mbelede. Thanks for coming on the show today.
Thank you
Chidiogo.
for having me.
So which would you prefer, Chidiogo or Sharon?
Anyone works, actually.
Okay.
So we could go for Chidiogo, Coco, anyone works.
Coco, we go with Coco.
That's fine.
Okay. So what's the motivation for, branching into skincare formulation? Because I know you haven't left engineering.
Oil and gas.
Yeah.
Well, to be very honest, I think my passion started when I had used some organic skincare products just as I was wrapping up my undergraduate studies in Ghana. And upon stopping the products, my skin had a bad reaction. If you're familiar with products that are laced with steroids, you know that once you discontinue them, your skin goes from amazing to terrible. And so I struggled for a year trying to fix that, or trying to understand what was going on with my skin, until I realized that those products were actually laced with steroids. So I thought to myself, wouldn't it be better for me to learn how to make these things so that I won't have these issues again with my skin, because I'm usually very particular. And that was how House of Cocoa was born. I did some research, I got certified, and here we are today.
So how easy is it to get certified?
I wouldn't say particularly easy. The entry requirements are a bit basic. You need like a secondary school, a leaving certificate. Some institutions will require a BSc. In my case, I had my BSc already, so I went ahead to get the certification. So it's not very steep, although there are different levels of certifications you can go for, from basic, intermediate to advanced. So it really depends on what your goal is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So as an esthetician, what does it take to be a good one, in your own opinion?
Okay. In my opinion, I think the first thing you need is passion, because it's a very sensitive field. We're dealing with people's skin. The first thing anyone sees when they look at you is your skin. Your skin is the largest organ of your body. So I think the first thing you need is passion, a passion for helping people, not necessarily just beauty, because when you're motivated to help people, I believe that you will go the extra mile to make sure you're doing it the right way. There's lots of brands that want to help people, but they're not exactly certified and they're doing things the wrong way. So when you have that passion, you go for your certification next. So you ensure you're doing it the right way. So I think that's what you need. First, the passion, and two, the qualification.
The qualification is very important,
It's
especially in this part of the world where we,
it is. Absolutely
where we are
is.
But I'm sure
agree
we'll
with
talk
you.
about that
We'll
later.
talk more about that. Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the business of skincare in Nigeria. The market is saturated, and I'm sure you're highly
saturated. Yes.
So how can a brand best distinguish itself from others in the industry?
Okay, I would say in a market like Nigeria, where you know that the beauty industry is saturated, the first thing you want to do is identify your unique selling points as a brand. What makes you stand out from the rest of the brands? Because skincare is a bit consumer goods, because we have the regular cleansers, toners, moisturizers. So how are you going to stand out as a brand? So you want to do your product differentiation or your brand differentiation so that people can tell you apart from every other brand. On Instagram, you see sponsored ads. Everyone is saying my skin cleared up as this and that and that. How are you going to stand out as a brand? You need to do that. And another thing you can do, or I encourage people to do, is be innovative. Create new products. If you see a product that is trending in the West, European beauty, try and bring that into Nigeria, or try to make your own version of something. So just be innovative and stand out from the rest of the brands.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, because of the way the beauty industry is, most of the beauty items we use come from overseas.
Yeah, they do.
So it just makes sense for you to try to get yours done.
Yeah.
But how can you then run a profitable beauty business in Nigeria? I know. Okay, yeah.
I know where we're headed. That's why I'm laughing.
I know that doing business in Nigeria is not easy.
It's not easy.
Yes.
It's not.
So, but what has worked for you so far?
Okay, running a profitable business in Nigeria is an uphill task. I will tell you that for free. So as a business, because all of our active ingredients are imported because of the purity levels that are required for formulation. So we are very much affected by the up and down of the exchange rates. So what we try to do is identify redundant operating costs and let them go, so that our bottom line is healthy enough to continue providing products for our customers without transferring like that heavy cost from the forex to them. For the longest time we did that. When the exchange rate started fluctuating in 2020, we maintained our prices for 2 full years. We didn't change anything. We're just working on optimizing our own expenses, our own running costs. So when we did that for a while and it got a lot worse this year, we had to review something. So just only last year we actually reviewed our retail prices. But then I feel like every business owner should be able to identify their cost components, your direct costs, your indirect costs, and manage your finances properly if you want to stay profitable. Because it's very easy to see your revenue and think, oh, I've made so and so million this month. How much of that is actually profits? You have manufacturing costs, you have operating costs, you're paying your staff, you're running ads. How much of that is actually profit? So you need to go into the nitty-gritty details and understand the cost components of your business. Then you can say, okay, this is my profit level. And really, that's all you have to do day in, day, every week, every month, to ensure you're profitable.
Amazing, Coco. We'll speak more about this shortly.
Definitely.
We will be back for more conversations with our guest after the break.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
I'm still here with Chidiogo Mbelede, CEO, House of Coco Skincare. All right, Coco. So you've been in this industry for some years, and I think it's okay to call you an authority. Yeah, 5 years. It's not beans. So what major improvements excite you about the skincare industry in Nigeria?
Something very exciting about the beauty industry right now is the fact that we have this movement away from bleaching and whitening products. It makes me really happy.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We have
like
that at the moment,
bug,
you know, so everyone is talking about, okay, healthy skin, lighter skin isn't always healthier skin, and raising awareness for these products, because the truth is some people are not looking to bleach, but then they end up buying products and they end up bleaching their skin, you know, so some people are not aware. They don't know what ingredients to look out for. Some brands don't even have an ingredient list, and, you know, they're mixing all sorts. So there's a lot of awareness around that a lot. And then we have skincare bloggers that are also calling awareness for that, raising awareness for that, calling everyone's attention to, you know, look out for this when you're buying products, look out for that when you're buying products. And I think it just makes me so happy, because as an esthetician and a cosmetic scientist, what I want to see is healthy skin. I want to see people's skin thriving. I have a lot of clients that come in or they send us messages and then they're struggling. Once I see your skin when you're doing the consultation, I can tell that you use products that have been laced with steroids, because there's a way the skin just looks when that happens. Trust me, it's thin, the veins are very visible, you know, they have lots of acne, because once you stop using them, you have steroidal acne coming in full force. So we can always tell that. But then it's exciting for me because brands that are focused on creating healthy skincare products, brands that actually make scientifically formulated products, it opens up a new market for us. You know, a lot more people are going to be on the lookout for brands that they can trust, products they can trust. And so, yeah, the move away from bleaching and whitening products is the most exciting thing.
Yeah, the move
right
is actually
now.
quite commendable.
It is.
Because it seems like over the last 1 year or thereabout, there's just been this new wave of healthy skincare lovers.
It's amazing to see. I'm very happy we're getting there as a country.
Talking about steroids, can you give us some examples of steroids or things to look out for before you pick up a skincare?
Okay, so when you're buying a skincare product, you want to make sure there's an ingredient list. If there's no ingredient list, you put that back on the shelf.
A lot of Nigerian skincare manufacturers don't like to put their ingredients on it.
I know that. Because the truth is, most of them actually just mix in a bunch of different things. You know, some products that we used to treat, like maybe fungal infections or bacterial infections, topical creams that you get from a pharmacy, they just mix a bunch of different things, because most of those topical creams have a lightening effect as a side effect. It's not intended to, so they pack all that into the products. They can't list that brand that you know there's just 500 naira at that pharmacy or 1,000 naira, and they're selling it for 60,000 naira on Instagram or wherever. So yeah, their profit margins are insane. Don't worry.
Crazy.
That's why you see 50% off, 80% off, and then we that were importing, you know, actives from the US, from Europe, we can't afford to do that. And then people think you're being proud, you don't want to run sales, you're being stingy with your, it's not that. It's really not that.
I understand that.
So
now.
an ingredient list is something you want to look out for. The second you don't see, don't go any further, just put that back on the shelf. But then when it comes down to a brand has an ingredient list on their products, you want to be able to identify the ones that will work for the issue that you're seeking to treat. So I'll definitely recommend a consultation.
So consultation is always...
You should always go for that. At House of Cocoa, we do free consultations before every purchase. We also have like a paid service, but everyone that messages us gets a consultation. Whether you want it or not, we're asking you. You don't have a choice, because we don't want to sell you something and then you come back and say, it didn't work for me, or you go on the internet and call us out and say something didn't work for you. So you're getting a consultation whether or not you want it, and it's free. So that's how we do things. Definitely get a consultation.
Amazing. So talking about the organic skincare products, I know we touched on it earlier.
We did.
You know that there's this notion that they are safer to use because they're organic. First of all, what's organic? What does it mean to be organic? That's one. And okay, so what are your thoughts on that? And do you think that these organic skincare manufacturers are taking advantage of, people who have insecurities?
Okay, let's start with what is organic, right?
Yeah.
Organic is freshly grown or, straight from nature. That word organic in the US is not regulated by the FDA. And so when you go to the supermarket, you see a lot of products saying organic this, organic that. But when you read the ingredient list, you realize that
it's not organic.
It's not really, because the word is so vague, so broad, it's unregulated even in the US, so people throw it around very casually. So when it comes to skincare products, someone says organic, what they're looking out for is natural. You feel like, I just want something natural. I don't want all these chemicals, And it's sad, because saying something is organic and it's safe just because it's natural is very dangerous. There are lots of poisonous plants that grow in nature. You can't say because it's naturally safe. It's poisonous, and if you get it on your skin or into your system, you'll probably die. Snakes are natural, but if they bite you, their venom is not. If it bites you, you're gone. So I think people were just misled. When we started organic skincare in Nigeria, it was more about shea butter, coconut oil, and things like that. But then, as usual, the bleaching industry felt, organic is taking up the market, so let's start calling our products organic. And that's what they did. It's organic. You don't need to worry about anything. In 5 days, this product will clear your acne, your dark spots, your sunburn, your green veins.
And it's organic.
One product, 5 days. I want to speak to the person who trained you. So I don't think so. Personally, I always say believe the science. I work with science. I'm a cosmetic scientist, and I also have a science background as an engineer as well. So I believe the science. I work with the facts. If a product is natural and we've tested it to yield certain results, I'll work with that product. If an ingredient is synthetic and it's been tested and proven to yield certain results, I'll work with it. So our formulas contain a mix of natural and also synthetic ingredients, active ingredients to yield results, no side effects. So believe the science. The beauty is in the science. Just believe the science.
Beauty is in the science.
It's in the science.
So how can we better regulate this organic? I'm not trying to pick on anyone. I'm just trying to say, because we see it around in lots, like organic. And yeah, I'm sure at some point some of us fell for that.
I did. That's how this was born. Too. I did.
Yeah,
so I mean, I understand.
But how can we better regulate this part so it's not like they're taking advantage of people?
Awareness. You just need to keep educating people. If you have a platform as a skincare blogger, talk about it. If you have a platform as a business owner, a skincare brand owner, talk about it. Because some of these brands even would go the extra mile to get the nice packaging and everything, but still your content is bleaching, and like I said, the word organic is unregulated in the US. So imagine the US, a more advanced country, what are we going to do? So I think awareness, definitely more awareness, and then I think we're on the right path already. So I think the more we do that, the better things would be, definitely.
I agree with you, but we'll talk about this shortly. We will go on a quick break now. Please stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 84 08 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with Chidiogo Mbelede, a certified skin esthetician. So, Coco, I just like that name, you know, the way it comes out.
That's okay.
So, can you share with us some safe skincare practices that you think everybody should,
Okay,
do?
so some skincare tips or lifestyle tips. For skincare, first of all, skincare is a lifestyle. It's like brushing your teeth or taking a shower. So I would say be consistent. It's the first thing. When you have the right skincare products, you want to make sure that you're using them correctly. So always refer to the usage directions on the products or
sometimes
on the website.
The ones on the products can be misleading.
Misleading, okay.
Because manufacturers just, you manufacture and just will use twice a day.
Yeah,
so if it's an exfoliant, why use an exfoliant twice a day?
It depends on the percentage of the active ingredients. You can use it twice a
Really?
day. If it's as low as 1-2% for certain ingredients, so it really depends on the product. Directions are very product specific. So there are certain things you can use once a day, twice a day. You can have 2 cleansers, cleanser. This one says use 2 times a week. This one says use 2 times daily. So it depends on the manufacturer's, instructions, really.
Okay, so other safe practices?
Other safe practices. Okay, I like to say make sure you're exfoliating. Don't use your body towel on your face. When you take a shower, have a separate towel for your face. I always say use a kitchen towel, just a paper towel you can dispose. That way there's less risk of accumulated bacteria. You don't have to worry about if it's being washed properly. So use a disposable one. Something else, don't go doing your DIY skincare yourself. Trust me, you will do more harm than good. So just stick to, and don't switch from product to product. Stick to a brand or stick to a product that works for you. Wait at least 8 weeks to see if something is working for you for jumping to the next. Because a lot of time we have customers that have used the product for 2 weeks or some 5 days, and they're like, it's not working. I want to change this. And that's obviously the fault of our wonderful organic industry. 5 days, fast action. So I would say don't jump from product to product as well, and then just use